A pleasant good morning to all viewers and listeners. We are here at the Geneva playing field. The news is good. The umpires are going out. The sun is out. St. Lucia, they have won the toss and they have sent. In fact, St. Vincent won the toss and they have sent the St. Lucia. St. Lucia won the toss and St. Lucia, they decide to bat. Because I'm seeing the Lucians are going out.
The Lucians not feeling. The Lucians not feeling.
I'm mixing up colors. No, St. Lucia batting. Yes. Yeah.
No, you see, and it's in St. Vincent to bat.
Yeah, I got that I wrote.
Yeah.
Sorry, St. Lucia won the toss and they have decided to bat here at Geneva. It's a bit overcast, I can tell you. The umpires in this match, Lenny Dangaben and Delroy Liverpool. The third umpire is Ryan Lanton. And the match referee is Dario Tit. It's a bit overcast. As I say good morning to you, Yudi.
Yes, good morning, Andy, and good morning to all listeners of us who are following the 2026 Winlott Inc Windwards Islands Under 15 Cricket Championship. It's a pleasant good morning, and I want to just thank you for tuning in with us. Andy, as you rightfully said, it's a little bit overcast and looking to make a start, but I'm not sure how much of a game we will have this morning after the start, because with the location of the clouds, the heavy clouds that we're seeing, it may just blow over with the wind and give us a sprinkle or two during the course of the day, unlike yesterday where we had a bright and sunny day throughout the day.
Yes, indeed. So both teams buoyed by their success yesterday. St. Lucia winning over Dominica, had a very good win. St. Lucia, they scored 162 or 42 overs and dismissed Dominica for 73 runs. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, on the other hand, they won over Grenada right here by 62 runs. So two teams fresh from success yesterday would want to continue their successful ways. But it has been brought to my attention, and it's worth noting, that every team which bats first in the tournament so far, they have won the match.
Well, that's an interesting stat, Andy. So, do you predict Saint Lucia winning the game this morning?
Well, if the trend continues, I could say it might well be so. But that's cricket is played on the day. We will wait to see what happens. I can tell you that we have some selectors here, and we have Rodon Bentic from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Karen Campbell from Grenada is over at Portsmouth. Craig Emmanuel could not make it. He's from St. Lucia. Mervyn Thomas is the chairman. He's from Dominica. And there is Stacey Ann Adams of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She's the chair of the female selection panel. So we have lots of selectors around. Today we have Rodon Bentic, and with us the chairman of selectors, Mervyn Thomas. So we are in good company here, Yudi.
Well, certainly, yes. And as we are about to see the Battle of the Saints, wondering who's going to be marching in at the end of everything with smiles, or who are going to be marching on with frowns. But yes, it's a pleasure to have these individuals. Bentic for me is a wonderful person. So far, my interactions with him has suggested that kind, very calm, cool, and collective guy. And I'm sure he may be doing his job that he's been sent here to do with pride, with honor, I should say. Very composed individual.
So we've just seen the first delivery, both by Glasgow to Shane Roberts, and he just stroked it with the full face of the bat and sets off for a run. So off goes St. Lucia. They off the mark. Roberts is off the mark, and St. Lucia, as you said, making beg your pardon. I was looking at the numbers of the Vincentian team. So it's Jermaine Thomas and Fannis, Royston Fannis.
And the Glasgow continues where he left out yesterday, and bowling from the left arm over the wicket. A nice carry there we've seen as they continue. Andy, do you suggest that this wicket will be a bit livelier than it was yesterday?
Well, the sun baked it yesterday, but there's a bit of moisture, and Glasgow has the tendency to swing the ball. So the conditions, and it's dropped. For a moment, I thought he had it. Fannis fanned at the ball, got the edge, the second slip. He had a dive in, it looked like it was in, but in the end, dropped there by Zach Thomas at second slip.
And if you should just comment on the catch, sometimes, when you react too late, we sometimes rush things. Similar, remember the catch that was out there yesterday out in the middle? Similar diving catch. This time, no need really to make the dive, just allow it to come to him nicely. But basically, maybe celebrating even before the catch was effected. And we've seen a job catch. But let us hope that he could bounce back. Saint Lucia probably would be happy for such a chance. And Fannis too would be happy to get a chance. He had to get off the mark and being dropped there. I'm sure he'd be thinking, okay, it's an opportunity for me because they like to see me bat. Thomas Kent should say, we drop catches because we like to see batters bat.
Boy, that was an attempt there. If he had taken it, that would have been spectacular. If there's anything as a spectacular drop, I think that would certainly fit the bill. He flung himself to his right, got both hands to it, and alas, he put it down. Yesterday against Dominica, Fannis contributed 25 runs in St. Lucia's 162. Jonathan Daniel, whom we'll see a bit later, scored 52. So 162 St. Lucia scored and restricted Dominica to 73. So Fannis was among the runs, left-handed batter. Outside the off stump by Glasgow, no pressure on the batter. It just allows it to go through to Adams behind the stumps. There is the captain, Jordan Charles, at first slip, and Zach Thomas at second slip.
Yes, I'm sure Fannis would have learned from this opportunity that he got, playing at the ball that is just wide on the off stump, and subsequent to that, two of them, and he would just allow it to pass. And like we always say, 300 balls, you pick the right ones.
Driving outside the off stump, a bit too far to drive. The over comes to an end. At the end of the first over, 1-2 without loss. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they lost their first two matches, I should say. But yesterday they had a very good win against Grenada. They scored 169 and dismissed Grenada for 107, winning by 62 runs. So as I said earlier, two teams fresh from success, wanting to continue that trend of their success. There's a slight drizzle, but I don't think it will hold. In fact, to me, it was a bit more overcast when we started, and it looks like it will clear up. I think UD is more an expert on the weather, so I will stay away and let's let Judy. Judy, what are the prospects of we having rain?
Well, I said it. That they was gonna have a drizzle, and because the wind was very strong, so the clouds that were there. They've been disappeared. I can tell you now, the people in Pichle are on the waters, heavy waters. But still a little bit residual moisture in the air, and then we are getting the drizzles again, and but that should pass at the very soonest. As you can see, the clouds that were over the sea and over the ground, they have disappeared.
Casado Henry, fresh from his 6 for 28 yesterday, has had a very good tournament so far. In the first match against Saint Lucia, he took 4 for 30. Yesterday against Grenada, 6 for 28. And he has bowled from the northern end right through the tournament so far. So he's going to pool, not getting hold of it. A stifled appeal from the Vincentian players, but not really feeling positive about getting a result, a positive result, I should say. So it's Jermian Thomas. Covers up, pushes it on the offside, sets off for a run. Good response there by Fanis. Thomas gets another run. Score moves on to 3. We're in the second over. Sun has come out. Started in overcast conditions, but strong breeze seems to have blown away the rain. There's a slight drizzle around, but right now the sun is out, and let's hope it continues. The tournament in an interesting stage now, with Dominica and Grenada locked in battle at Benjamin Park. Playing at the outside the off-stump, Fanis, and not getting across on this occasion. He's a tall man, tall, built on slim lines. Short delivery. The umpire pointing. It's 1 for the over. So looks quite good now. The weather, the sun is out. Let's hope it continues like that. Yesterday, it was total sunshine for the entire day from around the wicket. Henry gets one to rise again. The ball getting the top edge and flying down to fine leg. 1 run, which gets Fanis off the mark. He's on 1. The over comes to an end. At the end of over number 2, Saint Lucia having won the toss and deciding that they will bat 4 without loss.
Yes, Andy. 4 after 2 overs. Continue to see sometimes a rather low scoring rate up top during the power play, and usually you see the scores maybe 4 or 6 runs per over early up. Not seen much of it, but again, it's not a T20, it's not a 2020, it's a 50 over match, and so I think that the openers have been a little bit patient, seeing what happening, before they look to go over the top.
Glasgow to Fanis. Fanis is flashing, the tall man, but not getting to the line of the delivery, just staying, holding his position and flashing, and luckily the ball evades or eludes the bat and goes through the wicket keeper.
Yes, and he probably taking a center guard, a middle guard there. And if you look at his feet, doesn't look like he gets a true movement to get closer to the ball of right outside your stump. You see the movement of the right foot, the front foot, but not much of that happening with the back foot there for Fanis. And so when he's looking to drive the ball, and as we saw Glasgow yesterday and previously, we saw him consistently looking to put that ball on the off stump and allowing the batsman to drive at it, setting the heavy field. In this case with two slips, he continues to do that, and Fanis is just flashing at those there when the ball is looking at a length that you can drive, and so he's not getting close enough to it. Take a look at it again, Andy.
This time he comes across and gets bat. Ball goes square of the wicket, hit too firmly to attempt any run. But what is noticeable is that Glasgow seems to be extracting some bounce from the southern end, whereas from the northern end, the ball, there's varying bounce. Sometimes it bounces high, and then other times it keeps low, it creeps, as they would say. Gets a lift and delivery. They handles it well, Fanis, on this occasion.
Yes, when the ball is close to Fanis, we recognize when it's closer to him, he's more competent, looks better as a batsman, composed, be able to stay over the ball in that case. It's when it's away from him that he looks suspect, and that is because the back foot is not moving as much to get to the line of the ball. But you were right, and yesterday we saw much of that varying bounce happening more when you're operating from the northern end. We saw some that like a lizard, and others that were climbing like a tower. But there's a more consistency bowling from the southern end.
Yeah, and Glasgow keeping that ball just outside the off stump. I think if he could get one to come back into the left-hander, it would provide some difficulty for Fanis. But so far, he's just going straight through, just in that channel of uncertainty. Again, this one a bit too wide, and in fact called wide by the umpire. The umpire there, Delroy Liverpool, over at the southern end.
Yes, Andy, and that is the art of fast bowling, being able to set up the batters. And Glasgow has been consistently pushing the ball on the off stump of the batsman, of the left-handed Fanis, moving away from him. If you could add to your game that in swinger, if you can do it naturally, but sometimes what we see is when you're as a fast bowler, what you have is, because of the natural swing of your arm, you extract swing irrespective of the position of the seam of the ball. When it's a consistent straight arm you have, and not extracting swing from the natural swing of your arm, what you have is the angling of the ball and the seam provides the in or away swing. Glasgow may be one of the individuals whose natural swing takes that ball and move it away from the left-hander. You now have to change your action. Sometimes it requires you to bowl slower. When I used to be a fast bowler, I would bowl, my natural swing would move the ball going down the leg side all the time. So whenever I'd be bowling to a right-handed batsman, it would be moving down the leg side. So I would generate much more pace against left-handers because the ball would be moving away from you. So you feel comfortable, you pitch it on the middle stump and it moves. Sometimes the natural swing of my arm, nothing to do with the position of the seam. The natural swing of my arm, if I pitch it when I'm bowling fast to the right hand, if I put it on the middle stump, it's going to go down the leg side. And so I'd come for stick sometimes bowling at the right-handed batsman. But then I never was able to perfect the art of moving it both ways because of the natural swing of my arm. The individual who can now control the speed and extract the seam, the swing from the seam, would be able to set up Fanis if Glasgow can do it.
So single taken by Thomas. Now Fanis will face to Henry, plays it to the man there at short leg, sort of deepish, more a short mid-wicket, it could have been described. He really is not under the bat as the conventional short leg is. So he could have been, he may well be described as a short mid-wicket. Two slips in position. Henry, fresh from his 6 for 28 yesterday from around the wicket. To Fanis. Fanis is hitting this one high in the air. The mid wicket is running around, but he won't be able to take the catch. Fanis gets 2 runs. He moves to 3-8 without loss. St. Lucia after having won the toss. Remember, it's the Winlott Windward Islands Under 19 tournament being held in Dominica. Dominica is the defending champion. They went down yesterday to Saint Lucia. Saint Lucia has 2 wins and a loss. Dominica also 2 wins and a loss. And today's matches really will see how things progress into the tournament. Delivery down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. Moves to 9 St. Lucia. Their highest score, they made 208 against the Vincentians in the very first match and really capitulated the Vincentians for just 45. So they've got the edge on the Vinces. The Vinces would want to bounce back here today at Geneva.
Certainly, Andy, and it will be interesting to see if St. Vincent would have learned from their woes in the opening match of the tournament when they faced up against Saint Lucia. But Andy, just when we look at the field setting, if only 2 players on the leg side, let's say in front of the bat, really and truly, the backward square leg there is at the back, but you also have a fine leg, and if this bowler there, what's his name? Henry. If Henry continues to bowl that ball close to Fanis and on his body with any lift, he's gonna get himself in the mid-wicket region in the long on area, and so he has to try to bowl to his field setting, and we've seen him making the necessary adjustments to deliveries before. He had the wide on the leg side and tried to come to correct that. It was a wide on the offside, and so now getting a better length delivery that's going to force Fanis to play and to the field setting.
Sets. It's in the air. The fielder jumping, I think, a bit too early on this occasion. Had he just maintained his balance maybe and jumped at the correct timing of the jump was what mattered there, and I thought he missed an opportunity there.
Certainly, it's just timing that is required on this. You have to judge from the time that he had the ball left the bat, judging it from the bat, the speed of the ball will tell you exactly at what time you should be able to make that jump. He just jumped a little bit too early, and in spite of jumping too early, the second off effort while in the air still got him to get a touch on the ball. So you want to say that's a missed opportunity.
Yes, OZ Edwards there getting the opportunity there and jumping much too early. By the time the ball was passing him, he was almost on his way down. He still got a hand to it, but he could not hold on. The 4th over has come to an end. St. Lucia winning the toss, deciding to bat 11 without loss after 4.
Yes, Andy, and Fanis getting what we can describe as a second chance.
So just describing the field, you could see that Henry wants to keep the ball outside the off stump with just a fine leg, a short mid-wicket and a mid-wicket. He wanted to just keep that ball outside the off stump, on or about the off stump, and force the batter to play. But Fanis has a long reach, and anytime the ball is very close to him, he seems to handle it quite well.
Well, yes, and he has that eye, he has that vision when it's close to him, and so now you have to really try to set him up. If you recognize that as a bowler, as a captain, and you want to hope that there's leadership in the field to tell them what's happening, in lifetime.
Fanis cuts down to third man, will get a run, which will move him to 5. The score will move on to 12 without loss. So a good steady start by the St. Lucian openers. No need to rush. They realize when you bat first, the side bat in second. They have fallen short on all occasions. So with that in mind, with that history in mind, you still got to score. It's no point you score 45 and say because you batted first, you're going to win. You went for a swipe, maybe trying to get to the vacant mid-on position, but the ball peeling off and going down to fine leg 1 to Thomas. It moves him to 4, 13 without loss. That shot, UD.
Yes, trying to manipulate the field, maybe not the most conventional of shots, but trying to manipulate the field with the space that is vacant. The batsman there, Thomas, trying to use it, but not making the kind of contact that he wanted to make.
Comfortably in behind, strokes to extra cover is Fanis. There is no run, but you would feel good with that shot. When you middle the ball, although you're not getting a run, you begin to grow in confidence because you, as they say, you're middling.
But you feel like you have the upper hand. You're starting to feel like you have the upper hand, and that's what I like to see when Alston Bob was batting yesterday. When he started to middle the ball, you started to see him using the wrist to now try to manipulate the ball away from the fielders, getting the gap. And when you're middling it like that, Andy, you then start to get one step closer to where you want to be.
Yes, but a very smart piece of bowling there by Glasgow. Recognizing he felt comfortable driving, he put it a bit wider and he drove at and missed.
Yeah, but it's a discipline. A lot of times when you see as a bowler, I think what was the most exciting thing is to see somebody's middle stump or even the bill just tumbling in the distance, and so you try to bowl wicket to wicket, trying to, what I refer to as pegging the wicket. You remember those terms before, but in this day and age, sometimes you have to be able to use the weaknesses of the batters to bowl and stay in discipline, recognizing there are 11 different ways of getting out, and court is one of those. And so if he's middling when you're close, then you just move it a little bit away, particularly in the instance where Fanis is not moving his back leg.
Drives pleasantly through the covers. That will run away. He drove on 2 occasions. He found the fielder. On this time, he penetrated the field. Lovely flowing off drive there by Fanis. Takes him to 9, and St. Lucia now 17. 17 without loss after 5 overs.
Yes, Andy, while we were saying that, lack of discipline, you recognize when you push that ball a little bit wideish on your stump, then he's flashing without making contact. As a matter of fact, in the first over, when he flashed, he was dropped by second slip. You gave him one, and he was resolute, middle that ball, pushing the ball into the mid-off region or the extra cover region. You did not get a run. You bowl him a little bit wide at the next delivery, and he's flashing and missing. This time you bring it back close, giving him the opportunity to get that nice flowing drive for covers for 4. And that is the discipline that we require from the fast bowlers. They need to remain disciplined and stick to the plan, and try to use the weaknesses of the batters to exploit them and to try to get their wickets.
So we're about to see Henry. He's moving the fielder to deep square leg. It's a short mid-wicket. Henry goes over the wicket this time, gets the ball to rise up disconcertingly there to Thomas. Handles it well because the man is there right under the bat, and I thought that Thomas rode this one quite well.
Yes, and this one was really rushed, the batsman, Thomas. Let's see if this delivery could be replicated.
It's him hard and high. This one is well struck over long on. A magnificent strike there by Jermaine Thomas. Moves him into double figures. He moves to 10. 23 St. Lucia without loss. What a strike there by Thomas.
Well, certainly it was there in the slot to be hit, and playing with a very straight bat. You could see it well after the delivery was executed. Jimmy and Thomas kept the pose and demonstrating that I'm playing with that flowing bat. It always tell you, don't play across the line. They just played straight, and he gave it what it was deserved.
Well struck there by Thomas. Let's see how Henry will respond. Gets a top edge, the typical fast bowler's reply, getting it short on this occasion. Thomas getting into pull, the ball getting the top edge, flies down to fine leg. He'll get a run, we'll move him to 11, 24. I think he's summoning the dressing room. He may have been struck. I thought he got a top edge, but something seems he summoned to the dressing room. So maybe we'll see after this over what really transpired. But he got the top edge there, and the ball flew to fine leg. Lifting delivery, plays to square leg misses. They run one, they'll come back for a second quite easily. Bad piece of fielding there allows Fanny's to get 2 runs. He moves to 11. Both batters on 11, and St. Lucia now 26 without loss.
Andy, when we coach, you tell the youngsters that there's an attacking way of fielding and a defensive way of fielding. There's no need. The single is on. You're not going to prevent the single. So just being a defensive approach as a fielder as opposed to attacking, and using the attacking approach, misfield, and with the misfield and you give him an extra run. You want to recognize that, especially in the context of things. Now that it has been revealed that the team that bats first usually wins, you want to limit that team from scoring as many runs as possible. You want to limit it, and I think that it was a poor decision there by the field, by the player down there, backward square leg. If you want, that's right, backward square leg.
From around the wicket, Panis uses his height. He's a tall man, and just plays it down to backward point. Gets another run. He moves to 12. 27 without loss. We're in the 6th over. In fact, the over has come to an end. 27 without loss. Fanis is on 12. Thomas is on 11.
Yes, Sandy, a nice start. And we see the run rate accelerating to 4.5 runs per over. And it's a nice start.
The 12th man is on the field. May have just brought a drink for Thomas. And Thomas maybe would have explained something to him, but no need for Enoch Lee, the physio, to come out. We saw him in action very often yesterday. he was running on. But Glasgow continues from the southern end. Opens the face of the bat, steers it down to DeAndre Dugan, and gets another run. Fanis moves to 13. 28 without loss. St. Lucia, after having won the toss, electing to bat.
The right hand, left hand combination of the openers, and do you think so far it has constituted a struggle for?
Struck in the air. The man coming from mid had a long run, having to run to his right to long off, but he couldn't get there. Thomas gets another run. He moves on to 12. 29 without loss. Saint Lucia.
Yes, Andy, and you could see Thomas expressing disgust with himself for not really doing better with that shot, just falling in the area what would have been a mid on.
Again, he strikes this one. His Fanny's goes over the man at mid-off, and they only run one run. Strangely, they maybe thought that the ball was going to the boundary, but one run results. 14 is Fanny's, 30 without loss.
A little bit of ball watching by the batters there, Andy. And you want to say, it's not over till the fat lady sings. So you want to run the first one as hard as possible. So if you get a chance for the second, then it's comfortable. And that, for me, was a situation where the batters just ball watching a bit, or maybe willing to just exchange strike with each other.
Well, we haven't seen Glasgow bowl too many deliveries to the right-handed batter. He has predominantly bowled to Fanny's, the left-hand batter, but there he is now. He drives over the top, over squarish cover, hitting in the air, but quite safely. Good firm strike there by Thomas, moves him to 16. Saint Lucia 34 without loss.
Yes, a lovely square drive there from Jamie and Thomas, going over the top, recognizing that the man at point is a little bit not in the deep, so it gives him the opportunity to freeze hand with a lovely square drive there, Andy, and to get not the maximum, but getting the boundary in that case, in that instant.
Shot delivery pulled and beautifully hoisted over mid-wicket. 6 more runs to Thomas. He races to 22. 40 runs now for St. Lucia without loss. The bowler Glasgow, having pitched one up and been driven over the top on the offside, decided the typical fast bowler's response with a short delivery, and Thomas was awaiting it and hit it quite splendidly over mid-wicket for 6.
What was lovely about that shot from Thomas is that recognizing that there's nobody there in the deep, and you're going to just pull that. He rocked himself quickly onto the back foot and get that one over the top, getting the maximum this time, Andy.
Let's see what Glasgow has now. Bowls a full toss and he strokes this one. That had elegance written all over it. He got it on the full. He just caressed it for the covers for 4. Wonderful shot there by Thomas. Moves him to 26, and St. Lucia now 44. 44 without loss at the end of over number 7. What a delightful shot there, Yudi.
Well, yes, I think Glasgow was his entire mindset was discombobulated with the shots that we saw. After the 4 lovely shot over the point, squarish point for 4, Andy, I think he was trying to do different things, and that final delivery, a full toss, wideish, but Jeremy and Thomas very composed, playing every shot to its merit. This time just giving no extra effort in this one, just caressing this one for 4. And so it's lovely batting, and I'm sure that Glasgow would want to get off the attack to rethink his strategy if Thomas is going to remain there for a little while longer.
Yes, so the right-handed batter, he has got the measure of Glasgow, played 3 great shots, one over the top of backward point, a pull through mid-wicket, and then caressed one through the covers with all the elegance and placement and timing. Everything was precise with that last boundary by Jimmy and Thomas.
Yes, Andy. But Andy, both of these teams would have won the matches yesterday, and they won the matches yesterday. And
driven through the covers, it's going and gets into the boundary. A wonderful shot there by Fanny's, getting into the act, playing this one crisp, Lovely, good timing, good placement, and the fielders the give chase, but in the end couldn't catch up. Fanis moves to 18. Thomas is on 26. Saint Lucia 48 without loss, and we're in the eighth over.
Yes, and a lovely shot there from Fanis getting in on the action as well. And you cannot bowl the deliveries too close to Fanis and well up. He's gonna push you. He's not playing too much of a mighty heave. It's his drive when the balls are close to him. Usually nice, lovely, beautiful, aesthetically looking drives, Andy. And so you need to, every time you bowl away from him, he does not have the resolve so much to leave it alone. And we saw this time, this time Kazari, Kazaro Henry bringing it a little bit wider, and again seeing Fanis flashing at it.
From around the wickets, Boss clips it beautifully down to fine leg. We get a run. Shout from his teammates saying that you're batting. They're satisfied with what is happening.
Scores.
One run to Fanis moves him to 19. 49, I make it 49 without loss. And I think umpire Lenny Dangaben calling on, I think, the third umpire. Not too sure. Maybe he wants a relief. So he may be telling him maybe after that over, he will have to do some duties. But we will wait. That's just my interpretation of that sign I saw from Lenny.
Yeah.
Driven, undriven there, finds Dugan in the way. We'll get another run. Thomas, he will move to 27, and the 50 for Saint Lucia has been posted. 50 without loss, and we're in the eighth over.
Yes, Andy, I love the adjustment that Henry did this time. We recognize whenever the ball is full and towards the off stump of Thomas, he's able to freeze. And this time, Henry is just drifting this ball down to the pad, into the pad of Thomas, and he was a little bit less balanced. Let me say, not very well balanced in executing that shot, and so it was not very costly, although it was a well pitched up delivery.
Yes, so we see a gentle push on the offside by Fanis. Good call in, good response by Thomas, and gives Fanis a run. He moves to 20, 51 without loss. The 50 coming in 7 overs and 4 balls. We see Casado Henry on his hunches there. Not too sure what is wrong with him. He will not be feeling 100%, but he is back up on his feet, and he will bowl to Thomas. Thomas was batted with mixed aggression and elegance. Here is a delivery which he cuts over slip. The ball will go down to third man, and you can see Casado Henry down on the pitch there, holding his leg. He's in some pain. One more to Thomas. He moves to 28, and Saint Lucia now 52 without loss. We see Enoch Lee making his way onto the field because Casado Henry seems to have sustained some sort of injury.
Well, yes, you saw him bending, and DeAndre Dugan was attending to him a bit just before the execution of that delivery, which suggested that there was in some form of discomfort, and he may be pushing the envelope in that case. And we've seen him holding what looks to be like the back of one of his legs. I'm not sure if it is an Achilles strain or some muscular strain, but maybe we will find out in a while. I'm just hoping that he will be able to continue the tournament, Andy. He has been a wonderful bowler for St. Vincent yesterday, taking 6 wickets yesterday, and I think his team would maybe want him to be able to continue to execute the way he executed yesterday when they got that win against Grenada.
Yes, but it doesn't look too good for him now. You can see him the way he's walking gingerly. Inoculi will attend to him off the field. It seems that my interpretation may have been wrong with the umpires. It seems that maybe there was maybe a radio problem, which Lenny maybe wasn't getting through with the third umpire lantern. So he called him up and maybe trying to get things rectified. You want? Oh, well, no problem. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we will. We'll give him. Yeah.
Okay, we're just seeing Henry getting off the field and going to the medic room with the medic, and he's going to the medic room with the medic, and so not sure what is the situation. Is it a water break that we have that was taken to coincide with the injury, Andy? Is that what's happening, Andy?
Well,
I think it was a water break that they took a water break, used the opportunity to take a water break.
the players they are in a huddle there. The Vincentian players, Thomas and Fannis, they're ready for battle. They battled quite well so far. 28 to Thomas, 20 to Fannis, 52 without loss after 8 overs. A good start, going over six runs per over. 8-6 is a 48, so just above 6, which it's a 50 over match. If you go at 6, you'll get to 300. So we're going to have our guest. I just get his name for you in a while, or maybe he will tell us his name. He's from Saint Lucia, and he's going to say good morning and maybe tell us his name. I had his name somewhere, but in searching, too much searching, I will just say good morning to you and welcome to the microphones of Vibian TV.
Yes, thanks. Good morning. Thanks. Eldridge Charles, the manager for Saint Lucia. I don't have much time because, of course, I'm managing my team, but came in to see a few words.
Yes, you said that you do some commentaries as part of what you do over in Saint Lucia. So you're going to have an opportunity to say a few things about the cricket. Tell us maybe how things are going in Saint Lucia cricket-wise.
Well, right now we have the SPL going on, so that's an exciting time. These players, a lot of them, when they go back, they're going to be joining their teams down there in the SPL competition. Right now we just started in the second week, so lots of cricket down there. And of course, here in beautiful Dominica, we're also enjoying here. It's always nice to be here. The pitch is different from home a bit, but we enjoy the challenge, and the guys really pumped right now to do their best, especially after our loss to Grenada.
Well, you have an opportunity to. It's not a radio commentary where we run the ball by ball, but you can.
Yes.
How you reckon your batters, Jumian and Fannis. You can tell us.
Yeah, well, they started a little slow today. Basically, they were watching us, and we lost our first wicket there. To the spinner.
Kevin Joseph has come on to bowl, and he has immediately taken a wicket.
Jermaine Thomas
going for
LBW for 26, I believe.
28.
28, yeah. The spinner coming on and being effective. LBW. Yeah, and that's been a theme of the tournament so far. In all areas, I've seen the spinners. And in the first game where our pieces really took the attack, the spinners really slowed down the game, and they have some early breakthroughs in most of the games that I've seen. So a wicket falling right after a water break, that's something we always see in cricket. So Jonathan Daniel, the wicketkeeper, number 13 now comes to the crease. And Jonathan yesterday he scored a brilliant half century in that game at Benjamin's Park.
Yes, I see. It was he and Fanis. He scored 52. Fanis, who is there still on 20, scored 25, and
Yes.
they were the main contributors in the Saint Lucia total against Dominica
Yes,
yesterday.
yes. Yeah, definitely. Dominica's fast ball has really started well against us. So the pair at the top, they struggled a bit against the pace, but eventually they got into it, and then we were able to do really well. One thing that helped us yesterday was Jonathan managing the middle overs for us. He did a really good job in the middle overs.
So Daniel, the wicketkeeper, right-handed batter. They've lost one right-handed batter. Replaces another. Daniel gets a delivery outside the off stump. You could see the exuberance there of Kevin Joseph. Thought it was close to the off stump, and Daniel wasn't playing a shorter.
Nah, right now he's letting the bowler come to him, which is a good ploy.
Beats him, all ends up outside the off stump once again. Daniel wanting to feel ball on bat and searching for the ball, but so far it has eluded the bat.
Yeah. The pitch today, I don't see as much turn as the one yesterday. Yesterday, it had a lot more turn. But today, this was, well, although this is the first bowler, but yeah. This one, he just plays it down to mid-on, and the bowler collects the end of a successful over for St. Vincent. The spinner doing a good job there, taking the first wicket.
So wicket maiden, they're bowled by Kevin Thomas, setting back. Kevin Joseph, I beg your pardon, Kevin Joseph. He got rid of Jermaine Thomas. So there's the slight mix-up there, losing their first wicket with the score on 52. They make it leg before wicket, 28. I saw he slip, catching the ball, but I think it has been confirmed that it was a leg before wicket decision.
Yes, so now we have the captain, Jordan Charles, leg spin coming into bowl against Royston Fanis. So should be a good matchup for Royston. Let's see if he can push on from his 20. Yesterday was very disappointed with his score, so let's see if he can push on and score a bit more today.
Charles, off break bowler, draws Fanis forward, plays it to short extra cover, no run.
Yeah, and yesterday, St. Vincent had a really good game coming back after their two losses. So it was good. Yes, and a little bit of confusion there. 9 overs being bowled, and then
Pushes the ball to cover.
and 3 guys out, 9 overs.
Now you can
That's
see
no ball.
the square leg signaling a no ball. So one more will be added to the total. 53 it is, 53 for 1. So it has been brought. It's a free hit.
To Royston Fanis. Royston Fanis getting ready to face a ball. And this one flighted. That was a surprising delivery there for a free hit. Was with a flighted this one. I would have bet money that he would have get that ball as quickly through as possible.
Yes, a brave move there by Charles, floating the ball, but in the end, it had the desired result. Did not score. Pushes it on the onside to square legs, sends in the return, but not Fan before Fanis takes a run. He moves to 21, 54 for the loss of one. We're in the 10th over.
Yeah. And right now, Royston is on 21, expecting to push on and get to that 50 today. That should be his goal right now. And of course, we have plenty of overs left for the day.
So the Jonathan Daniel will take face deliver from Jonathan Charles. They're making some adjustments. There's one slip, short third man, squarish cover, extra cover, long off, and a mid on. Turns this one nicely backward of square. They run one, gets Daniel off the mark.
Yes, a lovely bit of work there. Just tucking it and taking a quick single. Right now the field is open a little, so most fielders are on the edge of the circle, so there's definitely singles on offer.
Oh, it's a nice flighted delivery, I should say, and going through the defense is now saying what he ought to have done or might have done. The over comes to an end. At the end of the over, St. Lucia winning the toss and batting 55 for the loss of one.
Yeah, and definitely the leg spinner getting some good bounce there. And that's a specialty that persons normally disregard with the leg spinner. With the wrist action, get some extra bounce. So he's using that to great effect so far, Jordan Charles.
So how many leagues you have over in St. Lucia? You have a Premier League and an intermediate?
Well, in St. Lucia we have the SPL, which is it's almost like a private but semi-pro. So the guys get paid for this. So this is separate from the competitions we have. We have our first division cricket, which is the 40. We also have our 50 over competition. We have the Prime Minister's Cup, that's a T20 competition. So we have quite a bit of cricket. Almost year round, you can get cricket going in St. Lucia, which is really good right now.
Well, that's very good news because these days there you hardly hear in the Caribbean islands of many leagues. The leagues are kind of truncated, but it's good to see that and hear that a lot of cricket is being played in St. Lucia.
Yes, definitely, and of course we also have the HBC going on. So these guys train year round under contract, so they get paid and they train year round. Some of these guys here on this team, they part of that HBC setup. Jonathan Daniel is there part-time, but we have persons like Cody Fontenelle and Theo Edward who are full-time in the HB setup. We also have the Sports Academy, where it's a school where sports is one of the main focuses. And we have persons like Nathaniel Joseph, Liam Wilson, sorry. His name recently changed. So yeah. These guys and Clint Dixon, they're part of that Sports Academy, so they play a lot of cricket. They train almost through the school year specifically for cricket.
So what team does Hakim August play for?
Well, Hakim plays for the Central Castries team when he's in St. Lucia, but with his academy contract, you barely see him on island as much, but when he's there, he's definitely there playing competition.
Up goes the finger. Fanny's look dejected, but the finger goes up. Umpire Delroy, Liverpool raises the finger. St. Lucia loses their second wicket when the score on 56. Fanny's, who had played quite well so far, dismissed for 21. in the umpire's opinion, the ball may have got the edge, that is his opinion. The ball lobbed, think it came off the wicketkeeper, and then it lobbed there to slip, and a good diving catch there by the slip fielder. And Fanny is looking quite dejected at the result. But he has to make his way back with his disappointment. Out for 21, caught at slip of the bowling of Joseph once again.
So now we have the captain, Theo Edward, entering the crease for Saint Lucia. So Theo yesterday had a really good start. Unfortunately, couldn't carry on.
So Theo Edward, the captain of Saint Lucia. I think a few years back we had a captain, Tariq Edward.
Yeah. Last time I was here, Tariq Edward, the captain of St. Lucia, in that tournament, where we unfortunately came second to Grenada. It was a really good team. Tariq, of course, recently in his first SBL match, he scored 114, I believe. It was definitely a century. I just have to confirm if it's 114 or not. But he's been doing really well with his batting and his bowling. He had 3 wickets in the game as well, I believe.
So he would be termed. He will be termed as an all-rounder, Tariq Edward.
Yeah, also a brilliant fielder. But hopefully he can move on and serve Windwards with that same brilliant skill in the future. But unfortunately, I have to leave you here. So, of course, I have my duties with my team. So I need to leave you.
Yes, but just with the over to be completed,
Yeah.
and then we're happy to have you. We got some insights as to the amount of cricket being played over in Saint Lucia. And maybe we can take a page from what is happening over in Saint Lucia.
Yeah, definitely. The one thing that I'm really happy about as well is this year we're going to have our female competition again. So that's something I'm looking forward to as well. So definitely, and our under 14. So definitely looking forward to that.
So thank you very much,
No
Mr.
problem.
Eldridge. Charles is coach of the Saint Lucia team, manager. And he has to go and continue his duties. He has lost 2 quick wickets. His 2 openers back in the hut, and he will go and ensure that much more of his team lose their wickets. So he has got to go and do his duties. UD John will perform his duty here in the commentary box. UD, you had a good look around. Give us did you find out what is happening over at Portsmouth?
Well, no, Andy. I wanted to focus a little bit more.
Okay.
On what's happening around here
Okay,
today.
well,
But when I left, you're gonna get an update. Go ahead.
Bianca will tell us. 61 for 2 after 14 overs. So reliable Bianca Libla comes to the rescue there, and a run taken there by Daniel. Daniel gets his 3rd run, 57 for the loss of 2. We're in the 12th over being bowled. Remember, it's a 50 over side affair, and the batter there is the captain, Theo Edward, drawn forward by captain. So it's captain to captain, Captain Charles to Captain Edward.
Yes, Andy, but you were asking about my whereabouts when I was off the broadcast. Just get an opportunity to find a report, an update as to what was wrong with Casado Henry, who was bowling from the northern end. It seems to be a twisted ankle, but an ankle injury, and I can only hope that it gets good enough for him to be able to resume his responsibilities out there, because lovely fast bowler he is. Yeah. But I'm not sure what happened, but 2 of the wickets fell. The 2 openers falling, Andy, during my absence. So should I remain in my seat to continue to look at the lovely batting?
let's wait and see. Good delivery from Charles. Well, while you were out, Jermaine Thomas was batted quite well. Was a judged leg before wicket of
Kevin Joseph.
Kevin Joseph for 28 in his very first over, and soon after he got Fanny's caught at slip for 21, 1 for 52. They lost the second wicket on 56. Theo Edward gets his first run, so he's off the mark. Edward off the mark. Daniel is on 358 for the loss of 2. The 12th over has come to an end.
Yes, Andy. Lovely cricket there at Geneva. Enjoying what I thought was big man cricket earlier on, and we're seeing the battle. And what I can also say is how well I have seen the growth of the young men. You know, all the butterflies that were in the stomach are now dead and gone, and the guys are really getting themselves and playing some real good cricket. We had not seen the captain Jordan Charles bowl before, but he seems to be a very competent leggy.
So we've just seen a wayward delivery, wide signal, so 2 more runs added to the total, 60 for 2. Just talking about Henry. Henry has been the most successful bowler, took 6 for 28 yesterday, and he took 4 for 30 against that same Saint Lucia side. Driven on the onside, they run 1. They're thinking of a second, but it's not there, so they will have to settle for 1. Daniel will get his 4th run, 61 for the loss of 2. But with an injury, an ankle injury, it's difficult for Casado Henry really to come back, unless it's not that severe. But the way I saw him walk off the field, it really is a cause for concern, because the ankle is the main support of the whole body, and if you have an ankle painful, I don't think you can be able to get optimum from Casado anymore.
Yes, certainly not, Andy. We could see him limping gingerly in the distance, and as a right ankle. And as a right-handed fast bowler, your first foot to lock in position is that right foot, right? And when you block that, you're going to use your leverage on it for it to now go and block with the front foot. So either of the two, you have this discomfort. You're not going to get the best out of him anymore. And I think probably we'd have seen the best of him as put the ball, operating with the ball for the day, or at least for that match, Andy.
Yes, it's really disappointing, both for his team and for cricket generally. You want the best players, you want the batters to bat against the best bowlers. And Casado certainly was among the best Vincentian bowlers.
Well, yes, very, how do we call it?
Over extra cover, what a magnificent shot there by Captain Theo Edward. Inside out, hoisting this ball over extra cover. This is one of the most spectacular shots you can get in cricket. Hitting inside out over extra cover. 6 runs there to Edward. He moves to 9. 69 for the loss of 2, and we're in the 13th over.
Well, it's certainly a sight to behold, Andy, and we would have all known, everybody in the Winlott Islands would have heard of Theo Edwards. He's no slouch with the bat. Oh, and he's going missing, going to beg in the Andy an opportunity. Usually, if it's going in the direction of Jordan Charles, you want to think, well, like it's a very risky opportunity, but it went a beg in there, and this opportunity, I don't want to call it put down. We had a dive in Jordan Charles all the way to his right, only able to make contact with that ball, and we'll say, okay, that's maybe is a chance, but certainly not, because if there was a second slip, probably would have been a chance. But Kevin, after being struck for 6, Kevin Joseph, that is his success. The next delivery, he is getting on the upper hand of the batsman, getting over the batsman in that case, Andy.
Where that edge went down to third man. Edward ran 2. He moves to 11. The 13th over has been completed. 71 for the loss of 2. Daniel is on 4. The captain, Edward, is on 11. And now the 14th over is about to begin, bowled by Captain Jordan Charles from around the wicket. Bowls it a bit wide of the off stump. No signal from the umpire, which means it's a legitimate delivery.
Yeah, I said this one was pitch wide and move a little even wider. And Jonathan Daniel just leaves it go.
Here's this one over cow corner. 6 runs there to Daniel. He moves to 10 into double figures. 75 for the loss of 2. 77 have been corrected. 77 for 2. In fact, it was a 6 runs. So hitting that one powerfully, and a gift of a delivery, and given the treatment there by Jonathan Daniel.
Yes, Andy, it was a really gift. Full toss, and so there's no spin that you have to play against. That full toss was a gift, Andy. And then when you look at the field, heavily set on the offside, with the off spinner ball into the right-handed batsman. Sorry, the leg spinner ball into the right-handed batsman. It was a real gift, and he pounced on that and was able to make.
It's it in the air, straight to Bob at long on, who takes the catch quite cleanly. Daniel will have to make his way back out for 10. 77 now for the loss of 3, Saint Lucia. Daniel going caught by Alston Bob on the long on boundary for 10 runs.
Yes, and he a little bit overly ambitious, but then it seems like Jordan Charles would be a very good cricketer, and using this game plan, and this time Daniel just been a little bit overly ambitious, and he is out caught in the deep.
Emmanuel going out. Jacques-Claude Emmanuel. We had just seen Jonathan Daniel hitting the bowler Charles over mid-wicket for 6, and immediately he went for another big hit, but only found Alston Bob at long on, posted right on the edge of the long on boundary, and he said thank you very much. Clean catch. 77 for the loss of 3. We're in the 14th over, bowled by Captain Jordan Charles. So Jacques-Claude Emmanuel, right-handed batter, sees there is a slip at the third man, squarish cover, short extra cover, drives straight to Uzed Edwards there at short extra cover, and there is no run. This time to cover, fielder comes in quickly and prevents any chance of a run. Over number 14 is completed. 77 for the loss of 3. 77 for 3 after being struck for 6. Jordan Charles bounced back and had Jonathan Daniel caught at long on for 10. Edward, the captain, is on 11. Emmanuel yet to score. Kevin Joseph to continue. Draven finds the man at wideish mid-on or straightish mid-wicket if you like. Straight to him, no run. Quicker delivery there from Joseph. Edward going back, maybe thinking of cutting, but the ball was a quicker delivery from Joseph. Draws him forward. Good encouragement. We saw lots of encouragement yesterday from the Vincentians. They play the game with high spirit. Ball is going down to fine leg. Stop there. A 1-run shot signal. So it's 78 for the loss of 3. Oh, in fact, it was a wide and they ran, so it would be 2 runs. A wide, although they ran 2, but 1 was short, so it's actually 79 for 3. Going back and turning this one nicely past the man there and going to backward square leg. 2 runs taken quite quickly there by Edward. He moves to 13-81 for the loss of 3. St. Lucia having won the toss and deciding that they would bat. Kevin Joseph has taken 2 wickets so far. Had the breakthrough for St. Vincent's. Ball punched over squarish cover. Ball bounced somewhat, but the batter there, Edward, in complete control, saw it all the way on the back foot and punched it to the cover boundary. Gets another 4 runs. He moves to 17-85 for the loss of 3. Good looking shot there from the captain, Theo Edward.
Bat for you.
So there is a squarish cover. They've put a sweeper now on the cover boundary. Covers up in the solid in defense there. The over comes to an end. Over number 15, and at the end of 15, St. Lucia 85 for the loss of 3. Edward is on 17. Emmanuel yet to score. Beautiful delivery. Could see Charles, the captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, pulling some wrist spin. And this one loud up here, but the wicketkeeper not holding on. You never know. I thought that maybe the edge was taken, but wicketkeeper Adams not holding on. And we do not really have ultra edge and a monitor to really go back and give you the replays. Floats this one, hits it over the infield. It's going pretty close to the square leg boundary. They run 1, they'll come back for 2. That's all they'll be. Emmanuel gets off the mark with 2. 87 for the loss of 3. We are in the 16th over of this 50 over side match. Is the Winlott Windward Islands under 19 tournament being played in Dominica. Dominica and Grenada over at Benjamin Park. The last we heard, Dominica batting 82 for 3 after 19 overs. Oh, thanks there to Bianca Libla, who is really giving us some good updates. I think the selector there, Rodon Bentic, will agree with me. He gives a small smile. He has been of good assistance. Okay, I noted. All I will say is noted. Got some instructions from Bianca, and all I will say now is noted. So the over has come to an end. 16 overs completed. 87 for the loss of 3 wickets. And UD John, who had some pressing matters to attend to, is here with me once again. UD, the sun is out. We started with a bit of overcast, but so far not too hot today. UD is kind of a good breeze blowing across, and the sun not as scorching with the scorching heat of yesterday.
Well, Andy, yes, the nice thing about the weather today is that the clouds that are in the sky are miles high. They're miles high, and so you don't expect when the clouds are so high to really bring rain. And they probably would get condensed and then get a little bit lower before we have the rain. And the wind that we're having is just blowing any little low-lying clouds away from the venue and making the environment a comfortable one for the youngsters out there.
Edwards gets across his stumps and plays a delightful shot off his legs. Gets another run. He moves to 18, 88 for the loss of 3. Rudy, I'll just ask you a question. Did you have any feeling or any pretense of going into the Met office if there's there's a shortage of a Met officer to fill in the gap?
Well, it's interesting that you asked that question. At the Dominica Grammar School, one of the subjects that I chose were geography and physics, and they were for that very specific reason, Andy. They were for that very specific. I'm in love with geography a bit, and I did that because I was interested in Met and also being a pilot.
Okay, so I wasn't too far off then, because I could say a lovely drive through the covers. No one will get to it. As they say, no man move. 4 runs there to Emmanuel. Moves him to 6. Great shot there. Getting it up in the arc and hitting it for through the covers for 4.
Well, this one was played uppishly, Andy, but very well placed. And so any man who moved, the only intention was to retrieve the ball. And so that was all the guy in the deep post here looking to do.
Most definitely.
The game got to continue.
Was a quicker ball, pushes it to backward point. Bob will run across, but he won't prevent Emmanuel from getting another run. He moves to 7, 93 for the loss of 3 over number 17 completed.
Yes, and the lovely run rate there, 5.47, a projected score of 274. And seems like with Theo Edwards in there, and I think he owes Saint Lucia a big score, because Theo is a guy who is known for scoring centuries, and I'm sure Saint Lucia would love to have him moving on to reach that milestone here at the Geneva playing field, particularly so when the weather is conducive for comfort.
So Charles will begin the 18th over, and he will be bowling to Captain Edward. Edward is a good call there. In fact, it's Emmanuel playing the ball in front of him. Edward called, and one more to Emmanuel. He moves to 8, 94 for 3. Good call in there, and by the captain. He's in charge of the ship, and he called the sailor, and he responded, getting an easy run in the end.
Yes, Andy, and if you look at the way he played that delivery for very soft hand, And again, we're seeing Theo doing the same thing as well. Yesterday we had Grenada with a similar field setting by the St Vincent Chance. They were pushing the ball a little bit, playing it too hard, too firmly, which was actually taking away the single. This time, Jean-Claude Emmanuel, he just played it with a very soft and into the space. Theo recognizing that it's going to take some running in by the player there at point so that there was really a single, and they capitalized on it.
Yes, good observation there, UD. You play with soft hands, you watch the field placing, and if you hit the ball too firmly to them, you can't run.
Yeah.
But if you play with soft hands, gives you the time driven to extra cover, knocked down there. A bit uncomfortable there on this occasion. The ball seemed to have stung him there, who said Edwards, but he prevented any run. On the back foot, he punches to the right of Edward, who said Edwards. He knocks it down, but he can't prevent the run.
Nice commitment there, a little bit of undulating bounce, undulation in the outfield there, and OZ Edwards recognizing that the ball is bubbling at different heights at different times. Just put his body in front of it and allowing it to knock him on the shin, and still comfortable, but definitely saving free runs in that situation.
So here's a free hit coming up, a single which takes the score to 96. Hits it hard and high over long on. That is what you take, how you take advantage of a free hit. Emmanuel hits this one high, hard and handsome, and posts the 100 for Saint Lucia. 102 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yes, and of the 3 matches that I've been at so far, this is the fastest a team has gotten to 100 with a run rate of 5.67, and Edwards just pouncing on the opportunity with that nice 6 on a free hit and making good of it, Andy, in that situation to take St. Lucia over the 100 meter mark, 100 runs mark to 102 for 3.
So the 50 came of 7 overs and 4 balls. The 100 in 18 overs. So good work there by the St. Lucians. They had a fine opening partnership of 52 before we had the introduction of Kevin Joseph, who continues, bangs this one, brilliant stop there. My goodness me, great work, good solid shot. Fielded cleanly there by Alston Bob at squarish cover.
Yes, and these young men, I could tell that the selectors may be having a hell of a time to select that team, because so many of the individuals showing promise and saying skills, different skills in different aspects of the game. Andy.
That was absolutely brilliant. Goes back, and you can see Joseph thinking that he had deceived Edward, but not to be. Edward is solid in defense. We had Jemiah Thomas leg before wicket bowled by Kevin Joseph for 28, 1 for 52, 2 for 56, when Royston Fannis was caught at slip of the bowling of Kevin Joseph for 21, and then Jonathan Daniel caught by Bob of Charles for 10. They've lost their 3rd wicket on 77, thinking of a second, but sent back wisely there by the captain. He gets 1 more run, he moves to 20, and St. Lucia now 103 for the loss of 3.
Yes, and even seeing Jean-Claude Emmanuel looking for that extra run, and being wisely sent back by his captain, Theo Edwards. But it's interesting, Andy, that Jean-Claude Emmanuel, he did not play in the match yesterday, and so he represents the only change for Team St. Lucia. Out was Aiden Scholar, who is out played yesterday, and then Jean-Claude Emmanuel coming in today's match, and so that is a change that we have. And similarly, there was one change also for St. Vincent. We have Olani Slack coming in, and out was Damali Phillips. So just both teams winning yesterday, and in spite of their win, they come in with a change team, one change each team making there, Andy.
So Joseph decides to go around the wicket, stroking the ball to the left of the extra cover, gets another run. Emmanuel, he moves to 15, 104 now for the loss of 3, Saint Lucia.
Theo Edwards is on 20 from 28, Andy, and Jean-Claude, he is 15 from 16 deliveries. So they're moving on nicely, progressing nicely. Is Saint Lucia.
So over number 19 completed, 104 for the loss of 3. Edward is not out on 20. He's the captain of Saint Lucia, Theo Edward. And Jacques-Claude Emmanuel is not out on 15. They have taken the score when the last wicket fell on 77. So they have added, 27 runs? If my math, as they say, is correct. 27 runs from 77 to 104. So 27 runs unbroken so far. Good opening partnership between Thomas and Fannis. But since then, Thomas going for 28, Fannis going for 21, and the other batter, Jonathan Daniel, made it 10.
We're gonna see that's DeAndre Dugan. They are pacey, fiery paceman. Can he exhibit the control that you think he needs? And he demonstrated yesterday.
So 2 of the top scorers yesterday against Dominica back in the hut. Jonathan Daniel scored 52 and Royston Fannis scored 25. They were the leading contributors for St. Lucia yesterday when they scored 162. But I can tell you Captain Edward is out there and is looking quite good at the moment. And they brought in DeAndre Dugan to see if he can get one of these balls to creep and get rid, or we had an effective spell yesterday. Gets one, and there's a loud appeal. The finger is looking like it's coming up.
It's coming. Lovely delivery there, Andy. And it's standing at the back of, or operating at the back of umpire Lenny Dangoben, you could see, having assessed that finger when it dropped and slowly making its way to indicate to Theo that your gun caught behind. A lovely take there by Joanne Adams, but lovely delivery there. First, as soon as he gets into the attack, we're seeing DeAndre Dugan getting that ball, a fiery delivery there, just passing out the edge of Theo Edwards, and he's now gone. And you could see him maybe going for the reflection process and the assessing probably what would have happened and what could he have done differently as he planned for the next time when he will be out there on Friday morning, the next time he'll get a chance to bat.
So very first delivery from Dugan. He had the wicket of it is in fact Emmanuel, Jacques-Claude Emmanuel. You can see number 1, the Theo Edwards still out there.
Yeah, well.
So Emmanuel, the man playing at one outside the off stump, and the wicketkeeper Joanne Edwards saying thank you very much. So Emmanuel goes for 15. Emmanuel 15, 104 for the loss of 4, St. Lucia.
Yes, and I just want to apologize to the listeners, and I'm sure my friend Natasha Dubois down there in St. Lucia would be mad at me if I were to be praying for Theo to be out. I'm sure she's mad at me, but I'm sorry about that to all listeners, including you, Natasha, on that situation. But yes, Theo continues to be out there in the middle, and I think, as I said earlier on, he owes Saint Lucia a big one.
So Tyler Venner has come out to face the fast medium bowler, DeAndre Dugan. Success in his first delivery, so he's pumped up, he's fired up, runs away from us, misses his run, and that ball signaled. But so far, in all the fast bowlers, he's a run up he has a very good run up. He hustles up to the wicket. He gets the ball to lift. He has pace. And when the varying bongs, the variation, if the ball keeps low, it causes lots of difficulty because the batter, when they see that kind of, no one loves real pace. Batters that will tell you that driven, lovely, finds the man at squarish cover, good, lovely drive there by Venner, but the fielder well positioned, straight to him, no run.
The depth of the batting is continued to be something that we could tip our hats off to, and the batting there at number 6 is Tyler Venner. I was saying Dwight Venner. Am I? You know anybody by the name of that name?
Well, yes, I think Dwight was some bank man.
Yeah. Venner was
OECS.
yeah. Dwight Venner was the governor of the OECS Central Bank, ECCB
Yes.
Central Bank.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
one thing leads to another. You say something, it is not that correct, but then it leads to
The right
some
thing.
history.
Yeah. You see, the thing is with names, I will tell you with me, names stay. And when I say the name, like I said to you, when you say LeBron, everybody think of LeBron James. And when you think of Kobe, everybody thinks of Kobe Bryant. To me, some names they just mean something. And so Venner, growing up as a little boy, the Venner that I would know was Dwight Venner, and I think he was the governor of the ECCB Central Bank, ECCB Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. Yeah. But are you aware of what country was Dwight Venner? So Dwight Venner was from?
To me, it was a Saint Lucia. I may be wrong.
I would love to ask that question to find out, or maybe I would just do a little search.
Oh, okay.
We've got Google and
Okay. And even, I mean, with by ourselves, people. My name is Andrew. People say Andy Roberts. They say Anderson, like Waddix would say Anderson, and a few other people would say Anderson. But I still go with it. It doesn't really thing because oh, what a shot into his wicket! How is this one? This one is gone over the road, and if you know what I'm talking about, this is a colossal hit there. What a shot! Tremendous strike for the ball to go over the square leg region, over the road. That, I can tell you, is a tremendous shot there by Edward. He moves to 26, 111 for the loss of 4 wickets. What a mighty hit that was from Theo Edward.
You know, the faster you come, the faster you go, and it's a lovely shot there from Theo. But can he respond? So he does. But and just to give you an idea, we were a little bit concerned as to where so Dwight Venner is from. He was actually born in St. Vincent, and he's a UE alumnus. He earned a BSc and an MSc. Both of those degrees were in economics from UE, and incidentally, he passed away in 2016.
Maybe what I should have done was just say Dwight Venner is from the Windward Islands. I wouldn't have made I would get even if it's a half mark. But by saying the wrong place, I think they would just put a red mark, and I wouldn't get a mark on that. So I would lose a point there. But
in my school, you get the point because we are one region.
Okay.
Especially the Windward Islands, we are one. We are still one. 4 islands yet we are one, and the. But it's nice. There's something about Saint Lucia as per his career. He said before leading the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, he was a director of finance and planning in Saint Lucia from 1981 to 1989.
Okay, so I
And
see
he was
why
a
I
lecturer in
thought he was a
economics.
Lucian.
So you understand. So you are a man who is well versed in history as well.
Good delivery there to Venner. Venner not going across the line, watching the ball, which is an important aspect of playing all sports. It's in tennis, football. You've got to keep on the eyes on the ball till contact. And again, he covers up and covers up well. Because if you take your eye off the ball just for that split second, or you close the face of the bat, that the ball rushes into your pad, and you're a victim of the LBW.
Yes, and to continue the discussion on Sir Dwight Venner, Sir Dwight Venner. When he said Dwight, when I said Venner, I said Sir Dwight Venner, mistakenly, and he was knighted. He was knighted in 2001, and that knighthood he received from the British Empire. He received it for his services in the financial sector. So
It's it through a gap. I thought there wasn't a cover on the boundary, but the sweeper is there, so we'll limit the batter to just one run. Venner will get, not Dwight Venner, it's Venner. That one is spelled with double N-E-R. I think Dwight Venner is spelled with O-R. So that one is Venner. He gets a run. He moves to 2-1-12 for the loss of 4.
Well, I will tell you. This time you get it wrong. So Dwight Venner, his name spells V-E-N-N-E-R. And we have been told that he's actually the grandson of Sir Dwight Venner. So Tyler Venner is the grandson of Sir Dwight Venner. And so the spelling of the name is the same.
Okay, thanks very much, Judy. Filling us in for some history. The over comes to an end. Over number 21 has come to an end. 112 for the loss of 4. Captain Edward is on 26 not out. Tyler Venner is 2 not out. They're going to have a short break, and just to run through 100. We have over at Benjamin Park, just to give you an update, 104 Dominica batting.
105 for 4.
For 4, well, just a run has been added. 105 for 4 of 24 overs. So that's the right up to date. 105 for 4 of 24 overs. Arsenio Fontaine, the captain, still there on 36. So good news for Dominica. They need to see if they can get past Grenada. Here at Geneva Playing Field, Saint Lucia, they would want to get a win. They want to keep their noses in front in this Windward Islands tournament. Just to tell you that they won the toss. They opened with Jemayan Thomas and Royston Fannis. They had a good opening partnership of 52 before Jemayan Thomas was legged before wicket. Bowled Kevin Joseph for 28, 2 for 56. When Royston Fannis was caught at slip of the bowling of Joseph for 21, 3 for 77. Jonathan Daniel, who had scored that half century yesterday against Dominica, gone caught by Bob at long on of Captain Jordan Charles for 10. And the last man going, Jacques-Claude Emmanuel, caught at the wicket of the bowling of DeAndre Dogan. His very first delivery, he got the rid of Emmanuel. 104 it was for 4. Emmanuel going for 15. The score has progressed to 112 for 4. We're having a water break here, and not too sure if we have sponsors. We do not have any, so we will just go on. And maybe if we can get an update for UD, usually is the update man. Bianca gives the update on Benjamin Park. UD may fill us in with what is transpiring over with the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands in Guyana. The Windward Islands set Guyana, I think, just about 220 thereabout runs to get. And we will wait to see how things are progressing out there. Remember, Ambris made a century. You will tell me exactly.
Well, on the Windwards scored 286, and they won in 86.1 overs, and Guyana replied with 264. Just a lead of 22 runs, and Windwards, off the batting of Sunil Ambris, who had a century, scored 209. So 22 plus, that's 231 runs is the target for 242 would be the target for Guyana Happy Eagles, and they are now 79 for 1.
So here you have it. Guyana making a strong reply to in search of 232. They have started well, 79 for 1. That means Windward Islands will have to try to get a few wickets and get them quickly.
Well, certainly, and this is day 4. Today is day 4.
Yes.
So on day 4, I mean, you want to at least come out with a win, or if not the win, a draw for the Windwards, saying that they're playing against the champions, the defending champions, and I think Windwards was ranked last in last year's tournament.
So it's a lot of time. If we have 79, you add just 100 and 53 runs thereabout, 153 more runs. If they do not dismiss this one, he chops it and well stopped once again. Brilliant fielding there at backward point. That is good cricket, good shot, and well stopped there by the fielder there at backward point, limiting the batter Venner just to 1 run. He moves to 113. 113 for the loss of 4 as the 22nd over is being bowled by DeAndre Dugan.
Guess what? Lovely stop there by the fielder. Oh, I'm trying to make him out, Andy, and just trying to make him up. But you see him signaling to his other teammates. Let's get a little bit lively. Let's get a little bit worked up. And after you do a piece of fielding like that, it's nice that you could energize the rest of your players. Raising the standards of excellence.
Looking for the player there, but I am seeing we saw earlier Bob, but Bob is at extra cover now. Dugan runs in, he chops his one to the left of the player this time. He still fields well, but he can't prevent the run. But from Venner, he moves to 115 for the loss of 4 wickets.
As a captain, you want to put the right pieces in the right places, and the person down there at that point is Kevin Joseph, and you saw him with the bat yesterday scoring 45. He's among the wicket takers, taking the first 2 wickets in the match so far, and seeing him in the outfield like that, you this putting the right pieces in the right places. Also doing a wonderful job at point was Alston Bob, but Alston Bob, no matter where you put him, he seems to be a spark.
So Edward losing his focus there somewhat. He walks to square leg, try to regroup his thoughts, As he saw the delivery there from Dugan, he went for the drive. He missed completely, and the ball went going through to Adams, the vice captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, tall figure behind the stumps.
Yes, Andy, you speak about the regrouping of the mental set of Theo Edwards. After playing two lovely shots in the point region, he
Hits this one hard and high over extra cover. The ball pitched up to him, hits it hard and high. He moves to 33, 121 for the loss of 4. Another bold hits there, taking the fight to the bowler there, Dugan, and on this occasion succeeding.
Yes, Andy. And we're just talking about the temperament of Theo and using the opportunity to regroup and recognizing that after two good shots in point and then the runs were saved, that now probably playing a shot that was ill-advised. But this time, just patiently waiting on the delivery when it was yet to be hit, getting it over extra cover for 6. A lovely shot there by Theo Edwards.
Yes, well, when he missed, he walked to square leg as we said, and he regrouped. He said, "How did I miss that? If it comes there again, I'm going to make sure I get bat onto ball," and he did get bat onto ball.
Well, certainly, and you got it in the right places, really. You know, now the person that seems to be discombobulated a little bit is the bowler Dugan missing his run, but I think we've seen it a number of times before, both in today's match, in this current spell, and yesterday's match, where he makes the adjustment. And I think what we've seen less of him as compared to his performance in the first match, what we've seen less of was the many no balls that he used to have. And I think when he misses his run up, he's comfortable in not delivering the ball. And that might be the case in that situation.
A huge improvement from that very first over. Bows it outside the off stump, stands for a run. Good positive approach there by Edward. He gets another run. He moves to 34, 122 for 4. The over comes to an end. 122 for 4. 22 overs completed. Theo Edward, the captain, getting things. They had changed the field. They had put a sweeper, but he still was looking to go for the big shot. He decides he has been there long enough. He's seen the ball as big as a breadfruit, the proverbial breadfruit, and he's taking the fight to the Vincentian bowlers.
Well, see, the thing is about Theo, we've seen some shots, and if you reflect on yesterday, when Grenada was batting, we flashing and the balls were peeling off the bat, and we got some 6, we got a 4. But with Theo, he has almost always hit the ball exactly where he was trying to hit it. And so with the sweeper, squarish sweeper, going over extra cover, the shot was still there to be played, and he's looking to capitalize on them. It shows that he is mentally over the bowler, and the field placement doesn't really change his mindset if he's playing the shot according to its merit, and that he has been doing so far.
So we're about to see LeBron Douglas taking over from Kevin Joseph from the southern end, being introduced after 22 overs. Score 122 for 4. Goes to the captain Edward. Edward gets a full toss. Edward gets a full toss. He does not. He is having some word with the umpire, maybe questioning the height of the delivery. I think the umpire is satisfied that the ball was below waist height. LeBron again. He chops this one down to a third man. Dugan will come off the third man boundary. One more to Edward. He moves to 35. 123 for 4. They have lost the services of Casado Henry. Yesterday he took 6 for 28. In the very first match against Saint Lucia, he had figures of 4 for 30. So they have lost his services, and that's a serious blow to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Venner pushes and gets a single. He moves to 5, 1, 2, 4 for 4. LeBron Douglas operating from the southern end, trying to make a breakthrough, I should say, for his team. Hits this one hard and high. The ball drops and stops, and they complete 2 runs. Not getting hold of it as on previous occasions, but he's nonetheless gets 2 more. He moves to 37, 126 for the loss of 4. Drives out a lovely take, beats the inside edge of the bat, and the left-handed take there, brilliantly taken there by Adams. You always feel good anytime you take a catch and he's showing his captain how he reacted and how it stuck in the glove. Good work there by Adams.
But Andy, I think so far from the wicket keepers I've seen, Joanne seems to be the better among the lot.
Again, beating the inside edge of the bat. Edward is looking, he's amazed at what has happened there. He taps the crease, the over comes to an end, over number 23. 2 good deliveries to end the 23rd there by LeBron Douglas. 126 it is for the loss of 4.
I guess, Andy, I'm sure you're wondering why I move as often as I do for the morning. You know, I'm involved in a number of different sports in Dominica, and this weekend we will be seeing the opening of the National Basketball League, which commences with the prize giving ceremony for the 2025 season, and a free X3 tournament, or U23 free X3 tournament happening on Saturday. And as if you want to say, for want of a better word, the head of the referees, you know, some regular calls coming in from the executive or the DABA to ensure that everything is in place going into Saturday's event. So if you want to get some action on Saturday night, you could also come down at the Massacre in the facility, where we could get some lovely basketball going on.
Good promo there, UD John, man who wears many hats. And I just one of them, assisting basketball. I think he had assist table tennis. He played a little bit of, they say lawn tennis before, but just referred to it as tennis now. He played some. He never really featured highly, but I think he had a reasonable good serve. You could see, as they say, he had game.
I want to thank my coach. I'm not sure if you know a guy by the name of Andrew. They call him Andrew Carter. This guy is a tremendous coach, and I love what he would have done for the sport of tennis locally. And I'm hoping that more could be done and more can still be done.
Yes, we just are waiting that we work had started on the Dominica club, but we're still waiting. I think when that is completed, we will see a resurgence of tennis in Dominica, and I can't wait. Remember, my battery is running down low, so I would like to see that before I do close my eyes.
You still have a lot to give. You look like a man who has drunk from the well. From a well of youth, flowing waters, and so I'm sure you still have a long term there still, Andy, and we still welcome your efforts and also give you your flowers while you're alive for the efforts that you've done in the past. But just earlier this week, Andy, I was reflecting of Yannick Josiah, that player. What came out of Josiah?
Well, they migrated. Remember, their father was
bishop in
is
the Methodist Church.
in the Methodist Church. So they moved from island to island. So I think the last time they went to St. Thomas or thereabout. But we still keep in touch. Just on Facebook, when it's their birthday, it always pops up, and then you wish them. Is two players with tennis names, Novik Josiah and Yannick Josiah. But they were two of the better young players.
Yeah, but do they still play, Andy?
Most of the fellas, they still play because they had a passion, they had a love for tennis. So I think wherever they go, they will play tennis. That is the thing. It's no boost, but I've touched the lives of many young player, and sometimes they migrate. But when they migrate, they end up playing, and then sometime long after they come back and they remember, and that that really gratifies.
Yeah, it is, and it gives you, it serves as the impetus for you to continue impacting on the lives of young people. I remember that that's a similar story. This is when we started really doing girls basketball in Dominica. There was a young lady by the name of Jancy Phillip. Jancy Phillip was from Mawan, she was a student at the Dominica Community High School, and she featured and went on to represent Dominica at the Winlott Island School Games, and she migrated to China, and when she got to China, she took on the sport, or she continued to play in the sport of basketball, and then so many teams were trying to get her to be part of their team, and then she called me all the way in Dominica and she said, "Coach, thank you, because here's the situation, and had it not been for you, I should have not been in this situation." So when you impact the life of these and they come back and say hello, come back and say thank you, love the drive there, Andy, but it will just be one as Zach cuts it off and tosses it in, and it will be a single. But when they come back and say thank you, it says, okay, you could do it for somebody else because somebody appreciated what you've done for them.
Yes, indeed. It's really a good feeling when you get that call. And sometimes you do that many years, and it's long after, sometimes over 20 years. And the person said, "You remember me?" And sometimes you search in your bank, your memory bank, to find out, because you have touched the lives of so many that when one comes back, it's really nice. It's really nice. Well, you can remember, you're a scriptural man of the 10 virgins, 5 were wise and 5 were foolish.
Yeah.
And they didn't have oil in their lamps, you know that story?
I certainly know that story, but I think you want to talk about the 10 lepers who were healed, and only one came back to say thank you.
Okay, well, yes. Well, maybe I mixed it up slightly. Yes.
Yeah. But we got to be a help for one another.
Yes, indeed.
As we bring some joy and laughter on the broadcast. Yeah. And so just provide an update at the Windwards Guyana are now 91-1.
Here is the Dugan trying to man card the batter there. The law says that you have to be in your bull in action. To me, he never brought his arm. But the result is not out. But I don't think he did it in the correct way. The Captain Edward was leaving the crease, but the law says, and I mean, it happens so seldom that you tend not to remember it in its totality. And they were bringing some gloves. I don't think the umpire will have any of it. A pair of gloves been brought on. Dugan runs in with a lot of fire, but turns nicely there off his body, off his hip. Venner gets another run. He moves to 8. 132 for the loss of 4. These two, they came together when the score was on or 104. So it's a bit easier. 28-run partnership between these two as the over comes to an end. Over 24 completed, 132 for 4.
Yes, Andy, I were talking about the man card earlier on, or that form of run out. It's in the rule. I am of the view that this should be done even more often, because if you're attempting a run out and your bat is on the line, but no part of it is behind the line, you're still considered out. So it means, therefore, if that you have to look that close to determine if somebody's out or not, why should I give you a head start? Why should I give you a head start? And so if the rule is there, it should let us play within the rules with fairness. And so I have no problem in Dugan getting the umpire's attention by trying to effect a run out that by that route. Albeit we said cricket is a gentleman's game and it's a friendly sport, and we don't do that. I can remember Stephen Pascal was captain in Dominica team against Saint Lucia a few years ago, and Theo Edwards was batting, and then when the umpire gave him out, Stephen called him back in, and then Theo went on to score a big century. Was it a century or double century when that happened? Yeah.
Plays to shies at the stumps, and now they'll get the run. Now they'll cross for the single. So the captain will get a run. He played it there. Bob saw the non-striker making his way down. He shied at the stumps and allowed the batters to get that run.
Yeah, but Andy, I don't mind that run, because if it was a direct hit, you are out. You know, as compared to somebody who is that the single is certain, and then you're doing that and you get the overthrows. If you reflect on yesterday's game when we had some comedy of errors. Okay, just to provide an update as to what is happening. Senior, he was out on 43. Dominica is 132 for 5. Another 40 for Senior, second 40. Andy.
Yeah, when you get these stats, you've got to convert. But not even a half century. You've got to convert to a big score. So
yes.
You would be disappointed somewhat.
We have a few 40s. And now I think Theo Edwards has now gone into his 40s. Yesterday, Kevin Joseph had 45. Senior Fountain had 42, and now 43. Quite a few 40s. But we've got 250 so far in the tournament. I think the player for Jonathan Daniel. He got 52 yesterday, and in the first match of the competition, we had Aiden Burton scoring a 50 against Grenada. So a few scores here and there by the teams, by various players on the team, making it difficult, making the job for the selectors a little bit difficult when you're looking at the batters.
Venna plays on the offside. Bowler fields 136 for 4. We are in the halfway stage. Exactly 25 overs completed. More. So the over, there's just a bit of the scorers maybe not in sync with the umpires, but the umpires, they have called over. So it's the end of over 25, 136 for the loss of 4. Short, wide delivery and will be called as such. One more to the total, 137 for the loss of 4. The 26th over been bowled there by Dugan. Dugan in his his 4th over. In his 4th, so he's 4 on the trot now. They haven't got the services of Casado Henry. The last we heard when we saw Casado walking gingerly across, but with an ankle injury, you don't want to even risk him coming back to bowl and getting the injury in a worse state than it is already. So maybe they will go through without the services of Henry.
Well, yes, and the teams seem to have depth both bat and ball, and that is it's across the board from what we've noticed. And so, in spite of the fact that Casado Henry will not be able to operate the ball anymore in that innings, St. Vincent is not without the resources to go past the 50 overs if they are required to bowl all 50.
Can Dugan make a breakthrough? Bows to Edward. Edward is hitting this one down to third man. The turn of the ball almost beats the fielder there, but he regains his composure and restricts the batters just to 1 run. Edward moves on by 1 to 42. 138 for the loss of 4 Saint Lucia.
Yes, Andy, for the first time we're seeing Theo executing a shot that peels off the bat, and so it's not going where he intended it to go, but it's fallen safe there in the Foodman region. We're seeing Joanne Adams shaking the left hand there. Seem like there might be an issue with his left hand, but it's hot, and he has pace is generated there by DeAndre Dugan operating from the northern end. We could see Joanne Adams shaking off. You know, you shake it off and let it burn. And then we started to see the inconsistency in the bunks happening again. A while ago, the ball carrying nicely into the wicket keeper, but this time just keeping a tad bit low.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines searching for a breakthrough here. But Venner and Captain Fio just keep things going. A wide signal. Delivery there, rising delivery, not well directed. And the wide signal there, 139 for the loss of 4.
Both misguided and ill-advised, and that delivery lifting wide, there's no chance to get anything out of it, except if the batsman just nicks it a bit, but there's still nobody in the slip cordon not going to get a catch, and so very misguided and ill-advised. A waste of a delivery then, Andy, that you have to re-bowl.
Runs in again. Driven straight to the man there at extra cover. Bob it is. and there is no run. So those of you following the NBA, I know UD is not a great fan. He prides himself in local basketball. The playing began last night. There was a game in overtime. The Hornets beating the Heat just by 1 point. Hornets 127, the Heat scored 126. So the Hornets will get the 7th place. The Blazers, the Trail Blazers, Portland Trail Blazers beat the Suns 114 to 110. Driven to the left of the fielder, who misses the ball, and it goes into the boundary. Venner gets a boundary. He moves to 14, 143 for the loss of 4. And certainly the fielder there would be quite disappointed. Zach Thomas moving to his left, should have stopped the ball, but he failed in his attempt.
Well, he has every reason to be disappointed in himself, Andy, and the entire team should be disappointed in him as well. Just a little fundamental pickup with the left hand. Instead, he goes wrong and try to use his right hand to pick the ball up, and then you do that thinking of maybe if it's in the right hand early, it's one pitch, just pick up and throw. But you're not going to be able to pick up and throw that far in one action, and so I'm sure he regrets that decision that he made, taking something that is simple and makes it difficult, and it cost him at least 3 runs, Andy.
So the 26th over completed 143 for 4. Edward, the captain, is on 42, supported quite nicely by Tyler Venner. He's on 14. Just giving you some NBA games. Trailblazers beating the Trailblazers winning against the Suns last night. Tonight we will have the Clippers as Edward gets his 43rd run. We're just guiding the ball, playing it with soft hands, and gets another run. 144 for the loss of 4.
Yes, Andy, I was surprised that Miami Heat would not have made it after such a master class by the center, what's his name, who scored 80-something.
Adebayo.
Yes, Bam Adebayo, who scored 80-something, was it 86 points in a match?
But I thought I think he sustains a back injury, and that might well have been the reason why the Heat they lost that match just by 1 point. Tonight I think the Warriors will play the Clippers for 9 and 10. Who wins there will play the Suns, because the Suns and Portland were playing for number 7 position. So the Blazers won, so they would get the 7th position. The Suns, they lost last night. They will play the winner of the Warriors Clippers game, and then that team will get number 8
will be the 8th seeded team for the playoffs. But Andy, what do you make of the new format of the NBA with the playing tournament and with the playing tournament?
Sometimes I wonder, Struck, is he bored? I think yes, that one a trifle low there. You could see him genuflecting and the ball going to hit the off stump. So a vital breakthrough there made by LeBron Douglas. Going, you could see that the ball kept low, and you could see the batter genuflecting, and the ball beating bat, and he lost his off stump.
That is the demise of Theo. Yes, it is, Andy. And Theo looking to get underneath that ball, and that ball just keeping low, and it led to his demise.
So good captain knock there, going for 43. Edward bowled by Douglas.
An identical score to that of the Dominica's captain in the match against Grenada this morning at the Benjamin Park. He too scoring 43 so we're seeing that the batsmen we're seeing the batters for what would have been the members of the Windwards U19 team, seasoned players like Senior Fountain and Theo Edwards, who I think both represented the West Indies U19 teams. And they getting a number of players getting into the 40s but not converting to that half century. Not very often we see the inconsistent bongs on the northern end, and this time a little bit, but this one keeping a little bit low, and Theo goes bold, and it brings on the number 7, Cody Fortinel.
Right-handed batter, Fortinel gets a good delivery from Douglas, pushes it to short mid-on, and he can score. 145 now for the loss of 5. And just to complete the play-in tonight at 7:30 p.m., the 76ers will play Magic. They will be playing the 9th and 10th. So whoever wins there will have to still play the Heat. So the Heat has a second bite of the cherry, as they say. Bite of the apple, whichever you choose, whichever fruit. And UD likes apricot, so you would get a second bite of an apricot.
Well, I will tell you, my two favorite fruits are pineapples and apricots. Maybe because I was a greedy boy when I was younger, but there's a story to it, and I really love these fruits, and I could eat those things for the entire day and put all meat, everything else down. A sweet pineapple, there's nothing as sweet, nothing as nice as a sweet pineapple. And we have a tasty apricot, and oh my gosh. The apples and the bananas can stay on the shelves.
Well, you know a fruit I love, but it's rare. I must say, in my young days, in my boyhood days, I should say, I think I'm still young, Yudi. Okay, let's not
Of course you are.
But there's a new bowler introduced. He looks
Number
like
25.
So he's coming in today.
Yes,
Ulani
Ulani
Slack, number 25. Let's see what he has to offer. I was talking about mangosteen. You know mangosteen?
Yeah, I know mangosteen. I have a lot of wonderful health benefits too, by the way. The thing is, I don't like things that stain my mouth. And then when I eat stuff that my mouth get tied up, I don't like apricot.
Kenip?
Canips. I don't like canips, and I don't like tambourines for a very reason. After a while, my teeth is gonna get on the edge. Anything that's gonna get my teeth on the edge, or anything that's gonna tie up my mouth when I'm eating it, nah.
What about Tamawa design?
The same is true, and I have a big tree in my yard, and my wife eats them for breakfast. I can tell her, gets up in the early morning, go out there, and if she cannot reach it, then she will ask me to come get it for her. And so I have no problem picking them for her. But it's still gonna put my teeth on edge. Nah, I will eat one or two, but it's not gonna get to the point where my teeth are on edge.
Is your wife eating the tamarind design because you're not getting up to cook to fry some eggs and some ham and cheese and what have you? That's just on the
different roles. There are a number of different roles in the house, Andy. And I am no slouch in the kitchen, but she generally assumes the cooking role. And on the special days, then she gets to put her feet up, and I become the lion in the kitchen.
Well, great. I know some men, they can't even boil water. Don't even give them spaghetti or anything. I remember a guy in Barbados, a Dominican. It was strange, and he actually let the water dry up on plantain, and it got burnt.
But the truth is, no one can boil water. It's done. And the hands are coming.
The
finger is coming. It's coming. It's not yet entirely there. But by now, the batsman has gotten the idea that he begins to walk, and he cut behind there. Joanne Adams with another dismissal, and looks pretty impressive. A little bit flamboyant too, Andy, behind the wicket, but getting it done when it needs to be done. And so the batsman there, we will lament his walk back to the pavilion.
So Slack, who has been introduced, gets a wicket. Fontenelle is the batter going for one. Fontenelle caught at the wicket of the bowling of Olani Slack. So Olani Slack brought in to the team today and immediately making his presence felt.
Yes, Andy, and we've seen the introduction, when we saw the introduction of, was it not Douglas, but DeAndre, yes, Douglas. Dugan, sorry. When we saw the introduction of Dugan, as soon as he was brought on first delivery, he got a wicket. And this time, Olani Slack being introduced into the attack. And with just his third delivery, he is being rewarded for wicket. So good captain in there, and making the change there, Andy, and as he continues making the changes, he's reaping rewards. And so maybe it's just a good read of what is happening there, bringing in the off break spinner Olani Slack, and in justice for delivery, getting a wicket, and that will bring in the number 5 to the crease. That is Nathaniel Joseph. Nathaniel Joseph will go there and will take his guard, and the before Olani Slack continues with the rest of the balls to complete his first over.
So the batter actually out was your boy, not Dwight Venner, but
grandson.
Venner nonetheless out, caught at the wicket of the bowling of Olani Slack.
Tyler Venner.
Tyler Venner, that's the name. And Slack feeling good about himself. Anytime you take a wicket, it raises your feeling. You're looking for more.
But it's nice, and that's what we play for. I remember a study. I remember
Nice.
a love lifting delivery there, and is it Nathaniel Joseph just bobbles this one up, but nobody in a short leg position, and he feels safe. But as we were saying, there was a research that was done, and I think it was done in Grenada, as to the reasons why people play sports. And the reason why people play sports really is the number one reason that was given in that study was for fun. And so when you take a wicket, it's just brings that out in you, the joy and elation. And Olani Slack there, very efficient in his first over, taking a wicket. In his first over, and for not being too expensive either.
So Nathaniel yet to score and Fontenelle on one. Good. So Vincent and the Grenadines, they have pulled back things somewhat. It was kind of getting away from them. when both the captain Edward and Venner was there, and they added some 41 runs, and things were starting to look ominous for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But Dugan got rid of Jacques-Claude Emmanuel for 15, Theo Edward bowled by Douglas for 43, and Olani Slack coming in, and he is bowled there. Douglas gets another. Saint Lucia losing their way somewhat. 147 now for the loss of 7 wickets, and 4 wickets falling now in a cluster.
Yes, Andy, and that sometimes this becomes the norm after having and so something very characteristic of West Indies cricket, after being out there for a little while and looking good, and with the semblance of having a big score. The fall of 1 wicket leads to many others, and we're seeing this there. And albeit when we really look at these batters, they look like they have depth in the batting. It's just not really capitalizing on the situations as it occurs. And that was one of the things that was said by the St. Vincent captain yesterday in the post-match interview, that what really needs to happen is the batters just have to click, because there's depth in the batting sometimes all the way to number 9.
So Fontenelle goes bowled by Douglas for 140. It was 104 for 4, turned to 145 for 5. So they've lost 3 quick wickets. 5 for 145, 6 for 147, and 7 for 147. Cody Fontaine bowled Fontenelle. I don't know why I keep on saying Fontaine.
Because there's Cody no, it's Cody
Fontenelle.
Yeah, it's
And
Cody
he's
Fontenelle.
bowled by Douglas for 1. The new batter goes out.
Is Neil Poyot.
Neil Poyot had a very good match against Dominica yesterday. He took some wickets. I think he's an off-spin bowler. Took 4 for 11 and utterly destroyed the Dominica batting lineup. 4 for 11 as an off-spinner. What can he do with the bat? Saint Lucia needs him to get some more runs.
Well, yes, let's hope he could add to the score and maybe reach the target score that Saint Lucia would have hoped to have gotten when they started the innings. Looking very good. The conditions there it's not going to fry anybody's brain out there. Really and truly, it's nice and cool, less windy than it usually is, but we're still very breezy and nice, and it's cool with the cloud cover, and so the sun is not really baking anybody out there, and so it gives the cricket. As a cricketer in these conditions, I'd have loved to operate. I'd love to operate just for the comfort of the body.
And Poyot just pushes on the offside and gets his first run. You always feel good. And they say you break your egg or you clear your duck, whichever language you use. It's always a good feeling. Douglas, Bose, cuts the batter into half. It's a time of a run out. Captain Charles shies at the stumps. Vice Captain Adams has his hand on his head. 1 run there to Joseph. Score moves closer to 150. It's now 149 for 7.
Yes, but even if there was a direct hit, and I still think that Nathaniel would have been safe. No, that's not Nathaniel, that's Poyot. Neil Poyot would have been safe, running nicely between the wickets and adding a single to the team's total. Every run that is there is, as you say, is a run already on the board.
And yesterday you make the point, and I think I'm quite happy with the way I've seen Poyot defend. You've got to, even though you are in the lower order, you've got to learn to bat. Flashes at and almost getting into his wicket and trying to pull to mid-wicket. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it gets the top edge, it goes over the wicket keeper. But he was a bit adventurous on that occasion.
You know, one of the things I've always learned in cricket, when you play in that pull shot, you want to be in total control. You do not want to make the contact too high, with the bat being too high, at least above your shoulder. Usually when the bat is above your shoulder level, that ball usually pops up or you lose control of it. You want to be over it. And so yes, again, Neil Poyot is now again solid in defense. Another useless toss at the wicket, and the guy Poyot is standing in the crease. No chance of a single toss in the ball. Now you're knocking the bales off. The ball is deflected, and then you're giving an extra run. And I think somebody who's thinking is going to do something differently. I will tell you what. I was playing cricket in Puri Point Michel Sports Division, playing a softball cricket match, and I was the wicket keeper. And there was this guy who was just swinging and missing. And because I can keep up to the wicket, I went up to keep up to the wicket. Kevin James called me and he said, "Yudi, don't do it." Because he knew exactly what I was going to do. I was going to have him stumped out. Kevin told me he's not making contact, so you don't want him to get him out. because you get him out, and then you bring somebody else who's making contact. So if it's, sometimes you have to make a wise decision. And I was prevented by a thinking cricketer who said to me, do not get him stamped out. He's missing, let him continue to miss. And we went on to win the match because that guy stayed there sucking all the deliveries. And he was never threatening, scored not so many runs at all. And he stayed, batted all the ball, all the deliveries. And so you want to think and make the right decisions at the right time. And I trust Kevin James is doing out there. And in that same match, I remember the catcher, the player of the game was by the late Isaac Andre. He had a diving catch, looked like a goalkeeper diving across, making a save, and that was a wonderful catch by Isaac Andre. And I'm still seeing that thing happening. And the thing is, I had not known that Andre was that of a sportsman in the past. But certainly, he's somebody that we will miss. He would have been involved in preparing wickets all over the place in Dominica for both softball, tip ball, hard ball, whatever you want to call it. And so we will miss him. We'll miss him.
Most definitely. And playing cut in, and they run one. So Poyot gets another. He moves to 3, 151 for 7. Yes.
No, the same thing we were talking about, Andy, in the past, and we've seen it, and it was cost. It did not cost him anything because there was a guy out there deep mid wicket. But when you look at it, when you look at it, Andy, you are charging in on a delivery. There's no chance of a run out from it, and you misfeeling the ball. As opposed to just relax, be defensive in your approach, stop the stop the extra, stop the ball because the single is on. Stop it, and but this time it had not costed him because of the player that was at the back of him.
In the air, fielder will come off the cover boundary. Joseph will get another run. He'll move to 2, 152 for 7. The name Ulani Slack, the bowler. One remembers Wilf Slack, the days of when Windward Islands were quite formidable. You had Wilf Slack, and you had Neil Williams, Norbert Philip, Lockhart Sebastian, Thomas Kentish. The over comes to an end. Over number 30 completed 152 for 7.
Yeah, and just to correct for the listeners, I said in the mid-wicket area, but there's a left-handed batsman. Before them, a left-handed batsman. So there's a guy who was sweeping. He was behind the player, and he was able to come in. But yeah, just the point of correction, and it's one of the things that we want to teach our young boys very early. The names of the field positions.
So 152 for 7 after 30 overs. Neil Poyot is on 3. Nathaniel Joseph is on 2. LeBron bows a full toss, bisects the extra cover. The fielder moves across, but he can't prevent the batter there from getting 2 runs. So Joseph will add 2 to his total. He'll move to 4. 154 for the loss of 7. We are in the 31st over, being bowled by LeBron Douglas.
Now let's see if these 2 batters, really from the lower order, if they could continue to consolidate and to add some more valuable runs to St. Lucia's total. As we've already identified, Andy, in this competition, everybody who bats second loses the match. And St. Vincent, when they first played St. Lucia right here at the Benjamin Spark, at the Geneva playing field, in the first match on Saturday, batting first, St. Lucia scored 208, was it? And St. Vincent was bowled for 45. Yeah, so let's see. St. Vincent really doesn't want to have any.
So Joseph was flashing there, and had there been a slip, it would have been gobbled down Adams, a tall man, but he couldn't get there. Maybe more a second slip would have been correct, would have been there. Now we're seeing Charles is thinking of it. I think he's going to go at slip. He's moving the man from mid wicket to backward square, so he has positioned himself exactly where the ball passed through. Hammers this one for the covers for 4.
It will be and lovely, nice to see that Poyot can hold his hand and play that shot like this. But Andy, we shouldn't be too reactive. And if you recognize a weakness, then you try to exploit it. In that case, probably he flashing at that delivery, you are happy. This time he middled it and well struck, by the way, for the covers for 4. But I don't like to see when there's a reactive approach to batters, especially if the scouting of the players has already been done.
In the air, straight to extra cover. Thank you very much, says Ulani Slack. Takes the catch at extra cover. Poyot short inning stay at the crease has come to an end. 159 for the loss of 8. Poyot goes for 7.
Yes, and the very nice composure there being demonstrated by Ulani Slack there in the covers. And he just relaxed. The ball was above his shoulder. Just get the reverse cup in, still relax and get the ball. And it was struck firmly. So I want to imagine it was traveling very quickly. But by virtue of him just staying relaxed, everything seems simple. So when it bobbled, it was an easy reaction to get the catch and to effect the catch finally. So, that is what we want to see from the players, as opposed to that jerky, quick reaction feeling that we sometimes see that result in a drop catch.
So we see the new man going out. It looks like
Beyond Fanis.
Beyond.
Beyond.
These fellas have good names. Beyond Bog. Now we have Beyond Banis.
Fanis.
Fanis. So is he a family of Royston Fanis? One is spelled with one N, the other one is spelled with 2 N's.
We're being told they're not. We're being told that they're not related.
Yes, I was just pointing out that one has 2 N's, the other one has 1.
Sometimes we have spelling errors. We have a Liam Joseph. Well and truly it should be Liam Wilson. so sometimes we have printing errors, typographical errors, and it might have just been. So it was good to inquire. You spoke about Dwight Venner and Tyler Venner, thinking that they were entirely different people, and instead they were actually father and grandfather and grandson. So sometimes those kind of errors happen. So it's nice to clear it out that they are not related. So the earlier batsman Royston Fanis is not at all related to Beyond Fanis.
So LeBron Douglas has responded well to his workload in the absence of Casado Henry. They have held their own. They did not wither on the not knowing that on knowing that they wouldn't have the services of Henry. I don't think I always thought that with an ankle injury you don't really want to get it worse than it is. So I think he'll be rested in this match.
Yeah, well, we've taken 10 wickets in his first 3 matches. It is a good thing, and in 2 matches, those 10 wickets came in 2 matches. So I'm not sure of the other match what were his stats, but he is among the wicket takers as a fast bowler, and so you want to think that probably he'd be considered for selection for the Windwards team. And so you really don't want to aggravate the injury further. You really don't want to aggravate further when you have only just about 2.5 months before they'll be called into action in the West Indies tournament. So Andy, yeah, I would hope I'd love to see that Douglas as a fast bowler, will take on the fast bowling responsibilities, which have resulted in wickets, by the way. And Olani Slack, who was brought in, I'm sure he was brought in maybe for maybe his batting ways or his all-round performance, because certainly he is is doing well with the ball so far, economical and penetrative, taking wickets and restricting the runs flow. Is Olani Slack. But I want to say, Andy, we saw Zach Thomas bowling yesterday, the number 9 for St. Vincent. I think he's a leg breaker, bowling the leg breaks. We have not seen him. Instead, we saw Captain Jordan Charles coming in with the leggies, and now we have Olani Slack with as an off breaker, replacing Zach.
Yes, Jordan Charles showing his versatility, bowled as an off-break bowler, and today deciding that he would bowl some wrist spin, relieve Zach Thomas from maybe having him to concentrate on his batting. Slack bowls delivery, which will be signaled wide. Gentle off breaks, you call that, but he has been successful so far. No rush, just takes a few steps up to the crease. Just watch it, 1, 2, 3, 4, floats it, pitches it on a good spot, and maybe a man like the captain Edward would maybe go for a big hit. So let's see if the batter there, Fanis, will be that patient. Pushes it on the onside, straight to Dugan there at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's a lovely flighted delivery there, and after bowling a nice sharp delivery, bowling a flighted one, inviting him to come down, but it was very straight, not with much turn. So had he gone after that with a flurry of a shot, probably could have gotten out LBW, and so it seems like Slack is wearing a thinking cap.
Well, it's good to see the discipline of the batter there, because with Slack floating the ball, you may be tempted to play an injudicious shot, but not so. Fanis, he realized that Joseph is on the other end. Joseph may be the better batter, so he wants to ensure that they maximize their stay at the crease, try to get their team in a more favorable position. They are 161 for 8 already. Remember, they scored 208 against the Vincentians in their first match, and they wrecked the Vincentians for just 45. But today is a different day. I think today is Wednesday, and
when that happened, it was Saturday.
outside the off stump, flashes and misses. Joseph, and the call from the dressing room is bats the overs, which is very good instructions.
But certainly, and we discussed it yesterday. It's still another how many overs to bowl? We had 32, so still another 18, 17, 17. Yeah, 17.5 overs remaining to be bowled, and we had 8 wickets down. You want to stay there, even if for the 17 overs you get 2 runs per over. You add 34. You understand? 34 added to your 161, your 195 runs. You understand, a similar score to what was posted in the first game. So you want to stay there, and that is what the batters have to go there, even if, regardless of the position that you're batting in the lineup. When you're in the back end of the innings, you want to judge, is it a better decision? Okay, I don't have 2 overs. I have 17. If it was 2 overs, maybe you go over the top, because if you just have 2 runs, maybe 2 runs, 4 runs, but with 17, 2 runs per over, you get another 34. You understand? And that's what they expect them to do and to demonstrate. And what will eventually happen is the fieldsmen, because it seems like I'm under pressure, might want to get closer, and gives me an opportunity if you have the ability to free up your hand.
Struck on the pad. From here, it seems that it was drifting down the leg. LeBron Douglas has bowled a good spell so far, and I hope we haven't spoken too soon when we talk about the discipline of Fanny's, not going for any big hits against Slack, just relying on the competence of Nathaniel Joseph, who is on 6. Looks quite good so far.
Andy, what did you recognize if you were to look at the physical features of Sir Dwight Venner? What stands out at you?
Well, I mean, just off my head quickly, that big afro.
Exactly. Now, if you just turn over your right shoulder and take a look.
Oh, well, look, here is the Venner around? That is his grandson?
Yeah, that's his grandson
Oh,
right
well,
there.
boy.
He flashes this one, Andy, and oh my God, another mistake made there. A lovely shot there.
Joseph?
Yes.
He moves into double figures. Joseph now on 10. The over comes to an end. Over number 33 completed. 165 for 8. Fanny's yet to get off the mark. Joseph on 10 not out. And it will be Slack again to bow to Fanny's. So just you really put me on, but I look back and the same Afro style, same style.
You know, and I reflect on the days, and I reflect on the likes of Sir Dwight Venner. Sir Dwight Venner used to have his big Afro, and you know, he probably died of his big Afro, and it did not take away from him being an academic, having a BSc and an MSc in economics. And I can tell you, Andy, I required, although when I graduated at UE, I was the valedictorian. When I was doing my economics courses, I had to get a private tutor because economics is not an easy thing, and it didn't take away from him. And today we have students going to school with the afros, and they say you have to cut your hair. What does that do to the ability of the athletes to learn?
I also remember Dwight with that sharp face, and you could still see it in Tyler.
Yeah.
The sharp, pointed face.
Thin nose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Aye, boy.
But I think Oh, sure.
Yes, Tom.
I just want to say good afternoon to the fans back home. Thank you for all the support you've brought to us.
I'm not sure. Are you a student of SLSA? Oh, so that is Theo. Theo, say hello to Miss Dubois.
Hello, Miss Dubois.
Yeah, because I'm sure she's listening. I'm sure she's listening. So let's get back to the action here as Olani Silaki prepares to deliver to Bjorn. This comes back and plays nicely, and they whip this one off the legs. You love to see that ability, and we spoke about it earlier on. There seems to be depth in the batting. There's ability to execute that shot and to whip an off person who is bowling off break into you. To whip it off like that, it's a talent.
Yes, very impressed. Goes on the back foot is Joseph. Can't pierce the field there. The extra cover well positioned. Dugan picking up cleanly on this occasion. Joseph is on 11. Here is delivery outside the off stump from Slack. He is a wider signal, 169. 169 it is for 8. We're in the 34th over.
Seeing Dugan just coming to encourage Slack there.
So 170 after 34, 170 for 8, and Nathaniel Joseph is on 12. Beyond Fanis is on 2, 170 for the loss of 8 wickets. And I like to see batters value their wickets. Sometimes you see batters, they do not value their wickets, they do not put a price on their wicket, and I see batters just a few inches or 2 feet away and refusing to dive in. If you really love batting, my word, I can tell you, you will dive and scramble to get in because you don't want to get out.
Especially when you're playing for your country. I mean, if you have a love for country, it's another dynamic. The patriotic person is going to be a soldier in the outfield. They're going to be a soldier out there, sacrificing even their life for their country. And that's what we're seeing now by the two batters looking to put down their head, recognizing they still have about 16 or 15 or more overs to go. 16 more overs and looking to really bat it out.
Kevin Joseph reintroduced from the southern end. That one cut back to him but passed on the leg side. Wider signal there by umpire Delroy Liverpool.
I thought it passed between the batsman and the leg stump. You thought so too?
It had to turn quite appreciably to start where it started.
Oh my God!
He has taken a catch there.
Lovely catch there, and will the umpire put his hand up? No, it seems that the ball actually touched down based on the reaction of the umpire. But it was a lovely piece of fielding there, and by the fieldsman there in the extra cover region.
Well, what is happening now, I cannot explain because the umpire closest to, in fact, he raises his finger. He is having a word with the senior umpire, who is Lenny Dangerben, but Lenny is further from where the catch was taken. But in the end, I think the correct decision made.
But you see, it's a vantage point because Lenny can follow the ball, it's straight in front of him. Liverpool, on the other hand, would have to turn his head over his right shoulder to see what is happening, and so his body, in the position of his body, could eclipse the actual effecting of the catch, and so probably Lenny was in a better position to make the decision, and I love to see the teamwork taking place between the umpires. There was consultation taking place, and say, okay, based on what is happening, what is your view?
So the batter out, Nathaniel Joseph, Saint Lucia lose their 9th wicket. Brilliant catch taken at extra cover of the bowling of Kevin Joseph, who was reintroduced. And Joseph going for a well-played 12.
Yes,
In fact, yes, it's Joseph. So Kevin Joseph dismissing Nathaniel Joseph. It was an all Joseph affair.
Yes, certainly. And from morning it's been an all affair. It's the All Saints affair. But today is not November. We are in April. But again, we're gonna ask the question: which of the Saints will go marching in at the end with the smiles?
Well, we'll wait at the end of the day. The final man has come to the crease. It looks like it's Liam Wilson. It's another Liam. You have Liam Plunkett, Liam Sebastian, and there is another one, Liam for the England side.
Well, my favorite of Liam's is Liam Neeson is my favorite of the Liams. But he's not in the field of sport. He's in the field of performing arts. Liam Neeson is that actor.
So Wilson is opening the face of the bat, steering the ball. The fielder, OZ Edwards, will move across, but he can't prevent the run. 172 for the loss of 9 wickets. Liam Wilson immediately off the mark. So Fanis, let's see how he will approach things now. He's on 2. Last batters at the crease now for St. Lucia after having won the toss. Had a very good start. The middle overs they kind of did relatively well, but they would be a little bit disappointed, I should say, of if they do not get to 200. So one more run, 173 for 9. 1 to Fanis. Fanis moves to 3.
And then you can see the intent now of the batters now, and they're looking to accelerate the score and get as many runs as possible, and which suggests that we're not trusting the ability of the batters at that stage.
A wider signal by umpire Liverpool. I thought that the batter would have been disappointed in not getting the ball through the covers, but in the opinion of the umpire, the ball was wide. So 174 for the loss of 9. Joseph to Wilson. Wilson is going down on his knees and sweeping well. Good job by the captain, preventing the ball from going into the boundary. Wilson gets 2 more runs. He moves on to 3. 176 for the loss of 9.
You know, it's a beauty to look at Jordan Charles Field. Perfect timing on the slide. Hey, you cannot do that. He is the person in charge.
Yeah, but the third will have to take.
You have one more.
But that is not his job to do.
That
But
one
then,
can
but
cut,
then they already changed. The umpires are in charge of the game.
Sorry, put it off. But he like to do that.
So there is one delivery left to complete the 35th over, but there is communication. The third umpire has his radio, and he radios the senior umpire, Lenny Dangaben. So they've decided that they will let Kevin Joseph bowl the final ball of the 35th over. And he plays it back to the bowler, and this time, no doubt about it, the 35th over has come to an end. 176 for 9, St. Lucia.
Yeah, it's lovely when you do it working as a team. Sometimes we recognize that we can make mistakes, and you acknowledge the mistake there, because as we said, the first delivery was signaled wide, and with the first delivery being signaled wide, you'd have to bowl 6 more, and maybe none of the umpires registered that wide mentally, and or on their ticker or the counter rather, and so it's completed. But nice teamwork there being done.
Charles decides, the captain, he will take over the mantle. They run 1. They're thinking of a second, but 1 will be added to Francis Cole. He'll move to 4. 177 for the loss of 9. We are in the 36th over. 177 for 9. It's coming very close to 1 o'clock. 18 more minutes. I wonder if they will. If the team, usually when 9 wickets down, they have an extra half an hour. I don't know if it will be used in this situation. A wide signal, so 178 for 9. But lunch is scheduled for 1 o'clock UD. And I was just wondering if with 9 wickets usually you bowl till you give the players another half an hour to complete the innings. But I do not know how it works out in 50 overs.
Well, I'm not sure of the match conditions here the specific conditions under which they will operate. But if that is the case, and it's usual, I'm sure that the experience of these umpires, they will do the same.
Well, we'll just wait and we'll call it as it is. It's it officially to the left of the man at short extra cover. They run one. They're thinking of a second. But in the end, the right decision taken. 1 run added. 179 for the loss of 9. The run will be credited to Wilson. Wilson joins Francis on 4. Francis. So it's a race between these two. Who can get the most? He swings at Francis, misses, and there is no run.
This delivery was the delivery that was meant to come back in the other direction. So instead of going in leggy action, going off break action, and I'm wondering if the it is a faster one as well.
This time he came back with the leggy, but the batter Fan is playing it well. 176. 176.
179. 179 for 9.
179. 179 for 9. Okay, right up there I have it. 179 for 9 after 36 overs. Both batters, Liam Wilson and Beyond Fanis, on 4. So familiar first names, Liam for Liam Wilson and Beyond. We know Beyond Bog. And it's Beyond Fanis from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Joseph gets the ball to cut back there to Wilson. Wilson essaying a pull to mid-wicket. This ball had a bit more bounce, and he just defended it quite well on the offside.
Yeah, it's nice to see when off-break players really can get the bongs. I mean, it's even nicer when the leg break bowlers get bongs on it, because it becomes more difficult to play. Because if you get in spin on bongs of an off-break, it's gonna jump at you and make you do crazy things. And so if a good field is setting, you're gonna get out in short cover, silly mid-off, that kind of stuff.
It says in the air, catch will be taken. It is taken. Wilson goes, caught at mid-on there.
Kevin Joseph taking a lovely catch there. Dolly have a catch really. Aaron Glasgow, sorry. Aaron Glasgow. Aaron Glasgow,
Wilson
number 24.
goes for 4, leaving his partner Beyond Fanis not out on 4. 179 Saint Lucia dismissed for in the 47th over. We'll get exactly what 46.3 overs, 179 all out. With the last batter going caught by Glasgow.
Yes, called by Aaron Glasgow.
Caught by Glasgow
Of the bowling of Kevin Joseph.
of Kevin Joseph. So Fanis remains not beyond Fanis, not out on 4. Liam Wilson caught Glasgow, bowled by Kevin Joseph. So Kevin had quite a good day today. Caught Glasgow, bowled by Kevin Joseph for 4. St. Lucia all out for 179 of 36 overs and 3 balls. While we await the bowling figures, as soon as I get them, I will give it to you, but I will run through the scorecard just to let you know, okay, the bowling figures have been handed to me. So what I will do, I will call it out. Glasgow bowled 4 overs no maidens, none for 26. 4 overs, 26-0. Casado Henry, who was injured. Henry, 4 overs, 26 runs, also 26. So both fast bowlers, both 4 overs, conceding 26 runs, did not take a wicket. Kevin Joseph, Kevin bowled 8 overs and 3 balls. And he had 1 maiden, and he ends up with figures of 4 for 37. So Kevin Joseph, 4 for 37. We had the captain, Charles bowled 6 overs, 1 for no maidens, 1 for 25. Then we had DeAndre Dugan bowled 4 overs, did not get a maiden. He had 30 runs struck of him and 1 wicket. LeBron Douglas bowled 6 overs, and he picked up 3 for 24. No maidens, 24 runs, 3 wickets. And Olani Slack bowled 4 overs, no maiden, 11 runs, 1 wicket. A total of 36 overs and 3 balls, and they dismissed Saint Lucia for 179. So thank you very much. Our scorer, Bianca. I won't say more than Bianca now. And just to say thank you. So St. Lucia 179. They won the toss here at Geneva playing field. Play beginning just about 9:45 or thereabouts. St. Lucia, after having won the toss and deciding to bat, they opened with Jumayan Thomas and Royston Fannis. The first to go was Jemiah Thomas. They had a good opening partnership. Jemiah Thomas legged before wicket to Kevin Joseph, who had just been introduced. In his first over, he picked up the wicket. He broke the partnership, got Thomas out for 28, 1 for 52, 2 for 56, when Royston Fannis was caught at slip of the bowling of Kevin Joseph once again for 21, 3 for 77. Jonathan Daniel, who had batted for some time, he was caught by Bob at long on of the bowling of Captain Charles for 10. Daniel, remembered, scored 52 against Dominica yesterday, and Francis had scored 25. It wasn't their day today. Jacques-Claude Emmanuel was caught by wicketkeeper Joanne Adams, bowled by LeBron Douglas for 15, 4 for 104, 5 for 145, when the captain, Theo Edward, was bowled by Douglas for 43, the top scorer. Then became 6 for 147 when Tyler Venner was caught at the wicket, bowled by, looks like Olani Slack, caught at the wicket, bowled by Olani Slack for 16. Then Cody Fontenelle followed quickly with the same score, 147 for 7, bowled by Douglas for 1. Neil Poyot hung around for some time, was caught by Slack at extra cover of Douglas for 7. That was 8 for 159, 9 for 171 when Nathaniel Joseph was caught of the bowling of Kevin Joseph for 12, and the last batter out when the score was 179, Liam Wilson, caught by Glasgow, bowled by Kevin Joseph for 4, leaving Beyond Fannis not out on 4. So 179 St. Lucia got off 36 overs and 3 balls. The bowling, Glasgow bowled 4 overs, none for 26. Casado Henry, 4 overs, none for 26. Kevin Joseph, 8.3 overs, 4 for 37, the pick of the bowlers. Then we had Captain Jordan Charles, both 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. Douglas Dugan, DeAndre Dugan, both 4 overs, 1 for 30. LeBron Douglas, both 6 overs, picked up 3 for 24. And Olani Slack, both 4 overs, 1 for 11. A total of 36 overs and 3 balls. St. Lucia winning the toss, batting 179 all out. And that's the latest position here at Geneva Playing Field. It's about 6 minutes. I think the players are having lunch at this point in time. So until it's time to rejoin us here at Geneva Playing Field, we'll see you after the lunch break. Hey, Thomas, man. How you doing?
I passed there, they're watching. I stand up right there.
What?
Yeah, I hear up Brian.
Brian?
Brian,
Oh, Bellot, I know him as.
yeah.
Bellot. So everything's good?
Yeah, man. I just called with time and then.
Mr. Carter, you must ask Mr. Thomas Kent to shower him with your respect. He's asking me for you. He says, "Where's Andy?" He should say, "Where's Mr. Carter?"
Oh, that's my brother.
I told him Andy not there.
Oh,
And I told him asking for Andy Williams.
And they went out, yeah.
He was asking for. He was
Yeah,
asking
man.
for.
The man said he stood up there for almost half an hour.
Yeah,
And he looked tap me on the back. Okay.
But they did not fish today.
So we were talking when the fish passed. So the line was doing no catch.
And a panel, a disciplinary committee panel. So we have to meet. That's what I'm discussing here.
What day? What night?
Saturday night.
Saturday. And you have 3x3.
Yeah, that one.
The start.
Yeah. It's a qualifying tournament. A U23 tournament. Next month.
Or you
Next month.
preparing for something.
Next month they have to split a team to represent Dominica
Oh.
in
But we do well in 3x3, you know. So far, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong.
yeah,
Not so good.
compete. Go out and compete.
Participate.
Yeah, compete.
Yeah, we do. So.
You can lose.
Yeah, but you compete.
Everybody compete.
Yeah.
From the time called Sango. And 10 miles on Summit. And they written on it. And I should have done that. I'm just step away.
You have to bring to the job and you come up.
So who's the match referee?
None. I guess you play the umpire, making the necessary other decision. So that means you don't need a match commission. That's the only thing you can sum up. That's why you enjoy sports then.
I should. Really, as someone to write my name on my food.
What's okay in the news now? Find me?
In one day. It is Stefan.
Yeah, that. Like going on in degrees. I hope it has the ability to rise again. Zach. 9 is Zach and 3 is Bob. 9 is Zach. 180 to win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Zach Thomas. Zach Thomas. And Alston Bob.
Charging first, eh?
Huh?
I started that charging first.
Oh. Oh yeah, I done. A pleasant good afternoon to all viewers, listeners. Welcome back to the Geneva playing field. We are having cricket. St. Lucia, they made 179 all out of 36 overs and 3 balls. With Theo Edward, the captain, getting 43. Jamayan Thomas made 28. Royston Fanny's got 21. We had Kevin Joseph taking 4 for 37. And LeBron Douglas taking 3 for 24. So the first delivery bowled by Tyler Venner, operating from the southern end. And defended well there by Thomas, Zach Thomas, and Alston Bob, the opening pair. So set 180 to win, and they have all of 50 overs to do so. Welcome back, and welcome once again, UD John.
Yes, Andy, and back here this time the crowd cover getting a little bit heavy, almost reminiscent of what happened this morning, but still not threatening anything threatening, and just maybe just a little bit shaded area for the young boys to operate. A little bit of moisture in the air, not so very hot, and so the humidity levels is not so high in spite of the moisture, but the guys are going to be out there and having fun. And Zach Thomas just pushes this one off his hip, and to give St. Vincent, is it the first one, Andy?
No, second.
Yeah. So now the free without loss, St. Vincent. They need another 177 at an asking rate of 3.58.
So 2 runs, both batters off the mark. Zach Thomas, we had seen before that Damali Phillips opened yesterday, but today we're seeing Zach Thomas, who I thought looked quite compact, and with him is Alston Bob Jr. So Bob on strike now from Venner. It's in the air. and the catch is taken, and Bob is making his way back. Ball there from Venner, and they were sort of deceived there, Bob, and Bob has to make his way back to the pavilion out for 1. So 2 is the score, and it's the first wicket goes with the score on 2. Alston Bob Jr.
3 for 1. 3 for 1.
So it's actually 3. So here we have it, the correction. All the 3 runs scored so far has been from Zach Thomas. So a disappointing innings comes to an end for Alston Bob. Caught at cover of the bowling of Tyler Venner for no score.
Yes, Andy, on that shot being played there by Alston Bob, a wide delivery, full toss, and not yet to be hit, but stretching and being indecisive and regretting that he would have actually made contact with that delivery, and that just was an easy dolly of a catch there for the guy at maybe extra cover. And not sure if Bob really wanted to play that shot. And strangely, Andy, I was saying yesterday that I would love to see Alston Bob and Zach Thomas bat together, putting on a partnership of a sort. And there it was, an opportunity to see it, but Bob going out for dog.
Loud appeal, Venner and all the players appealing quite vociferously there, and not out, says the umpire, but the Venner, you tested me, a guy with a big afro. His grandfather Dwight Venner had that similar afro hairstyle, and Tyler Venner possesses the same afro. Or similar. So OZ Edwards gets another delivery which strikes him somewhere in the midriff, and you can see the Lucians, they are jubilant. They think they've got the Vincentians on the back foot. Remember that in the first match on Saturday, they dismissed St. Vincent and the Grenadines for a paltry 45. They would want to have a repeat here. St. Vincent and the Grenadines will have different ideas.
Yes, and the St. Vincent has shown improvement with the bat from match to match, and I don't think they would want to see that the first performance they put on, the batting performance they put on in the first match, in the opening match of the tournament. I'm sure they would hate to repeat it, but by virtue of what we've seen so far, I think maybe they want to put the head down and make a run chase out of the score of 179 that was posted by Saint Lucia.
So it's Nathaniel Joseph, will bowl from the northern end. Had an impressive spell against the Vincentians on Saturday, and he would want to repeat his performance. Just stretches the bat and plays past the gully there in the air for a while, but unable to get his hand onto the ball. So 1 more to Thomas. He moves to 4, and that is St. Vincent and the Grenadines total 4 without loss.
Yeah, they're living dangerously there, and they not just putting the bat and looking to dab it, but just passing out to the reach of the guy at goalie, and you see him rehearsing that shot afterwards, looking at it. He should have done something differently to be more assertive in that shot. And OZ Edwards looking to go for a heave of a shot there, and a ball that that keeps a little bit wide and then keeps a little low, preventing him to be able to get beneath it. But he's looking to get this one pulled over the long on boundary, where the only person that is there is a 12th man dressed in his high visibility vest. And this one zips off the wicket. Quick delivery there by the bowler. Let's get his name.
Nathaniel Joseph. I was just going back to the records. In the first match, he took 5 for 17 against that same St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So 5 for 17, remarkable figures. You would want to have a repeat performance here this afternoon.
Certainly you are, and I can understand the reason why, because the way his deliveries are nipping off the deck there, and it's very interesting.
What a naughty shot there. A wide delivery signaled wide, and you can see the batter OZ losing his shape. An unnecessary swing at the ball, and we dismissed with that in that manner. It really would send the coach real crazy. And he goes, plays loosely again, caught at cover, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines in trouble once again. They've lost their second wicket. 5 for the loss of 2. OZ Edwards, the batter, going, caught by the man there at cover, Jermaine Thomas once again, so he's involved in the catching there of Nathaniel Joseph, and he did out for a duck. So Edwards follows Bob. Both batters failing to get off the mark. So 5 for the loss of 2. Edwards caught OZ Edward. To see if there is an S. Yes, there's an S. Edwards. Some has Edwards, and some is just Edward. So Theo Edward for Saint Lucia. For St. Vincent, it's Edwards. So the new batter has come out.
Kevin Joseph, and but it's a reckless shot really from OZ Edwards, and he's just swinging recklessly, and this time the ball is well outside the horse stump. Everybody's on the
edges, and it's gone. First ball, fanning at the ball, fishing as they say, and he plays at it, Kevin Joseph, and gives an easy catch there to the wicket keeper, who says thank you very much, Jonathan Daniel, and the batter there, Kevin Joseph, has to make his way back to the pavilion. So all the 3 batters out so far, out for a duck, as the captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Jordan Charles, goes out to join Zach Thomas.
And of all the outs, maybe you could understand this one. Lifting delivery, cutting across the chest and moving. I can understand maybe this one, trying to get too late in getting the bat away from the delivery. But the previous 2 outs, really ill-advised shots and reckless playing, living dangerously against the pace of Nathaniel Joseph. Already with 2 wickets. 2 wickets for how many runs? Two for two. Yeah, 2 for 2. 2 for 2. Yeah. So, lovely bowling, fast bowling there from Nathaniel Joseph.
So Charles, the captain, waits for Joseph. Joseph, if he's still up, gets it in the air and taken there.
That's the hat trick. Andy. That must
What?
be the first hat trick of the tournament.
What
It's not?
a catch, I can tell you.
Yeah, the first hat trick of the tournament, Andy. Just confirming that. But again, lovely fast bowling there from Nathaniel Joseph.
So 4 wickets down. That scorecard isn't looking good at all. The first 4 batters out for duck. Alston Bob caught Jemayan Thomas, bowled by Tyler Venner, no score. Ozed Edwards caught Jemayan Thomas, bowled Nathaniel Joseph, no score. It was 2 for 5. 3 for 5, Kevin Joseph caught at the wicket, bowled Nathaniel Joseph, no score. 3 for 5. 4 for 5, Captain Jordan Charles caught at slip by Theo Edward, bowled Nathaniel Joseph, no score. A hat trick for Nathaniel Joseph, following up on his 5 for 17, which he took on Saturday against the same opponents.
Exceptional bowling there, Andy, and I think maybe Nathaniel has well studied the batting of St. Vincent on the Grenadines to come in and levy those short balls, short deliveries, and especially the last 2 wickets, that of Kevin Joseph and Jordan Charles. 2 wonderful deliveries, Andy, by Nathaniel Joseph, and I'm loving what I'm seeing right here.
So the over, an eventful over, has come to an end, and excitement. The over has ended, the second over, and at the end of it, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 5 for the loss of 4. Plays it to the man at gully there, got a left hand to hit and could not hold on. So this could have been more disaster there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, and another drop catch.
And the person there, Liam Wilson, failing to hold on. It would have been a superb catch, diving to his left. So Zach Thomas gets another run. He's on 5. 5 scored by Zach and 1 wide, which makes it 6 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Seeing the white being signaled there, and as number 7, Joanne Adams, just watches it pass and go to the glove of the wicket keeper.
Daniel? Jonathan Daniel,
because the signal that was given based on the list, it has Theo Edwards listed as a wicket keeper.
but I'm checking the number. on his back of his shirt.
Number 13. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Theo is in the slip cordon, and
And Theo is quiet. In fact, I was going to say he is the one with the two sleeves, but number 7 also has 2 sleeves. Cody Fontenelles has 2 sleeves, and both of them are in the slip region. One more to the total, another wide. 8 for the loss of 4. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they dismissed Saint Lucia for 179. They require 180 to win, but they have started quite disastrously. 4 wickets going down. The first 4 batters did not get any run. Draven finds the fielder there. Wilson it is. At squarish cover. Fields the ball, and there is no run.
This one was the ball to be played. It was close, and so Jewen is playing at it. Albeit it carried a bit, but better shot selection as compared to those who went before him.
Full toss, and Adams not taking advantage because there's lots of space on the onside, just wideish mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket if you like, and a man down on the fine leg boundary. So oceans of space on the onside.
Certainly, heavens of space, I would want to say.
And he takes advantage of the onside, plays it on the onside and sets off for a run. Adams gets his first run, and the St. Vincent and the Grenadines total moves on to 9. 9 for the loss of 4. Joanne Adams tried to restore some order to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines total.
Yes, Andy, and I'm gonna just play a bet and say that these 2 batters are gonna put on a nice partnership.
That's a prediction?
Yeah, I'm predicting that.
Okay, well, I'll wait and see. There's no betting involved, so if bets are down, put your bets down. I would venture to put a bet, but it would have to be a substantial amount. I'm not going for no 10, 15, or 20. I would go to the bigger, the grey notes.
It's nice that you said grey notes and not a grey note.
Yes, so we've seen the first hat trick. Nathaniel Joseph runs in. Bowes one, it's in the air. Someone is getting under it. We'll drop the ball. My goodness me. Jeremiah Thomas, who had taken 2 catches earlier, a skier there from Adams, and inexplicably he puts the ball down.
Too comfortable.
I would have been getting some funds from UD, but this guy has dropped my money.
Grey notes, grey notes, grey notes.
So Adams won. Thomas opens the face of the bat, plays to squarish cover, return sent in, but one more to Thomas. He moves on to 6. 11 it is for the loss of 4. So Nathaniel could have easily had his 4th wicket, but he bows now, and this one you could see the batter just allowing the ball to go. He was on the front foot. He was in position, but he realized that the ball was away from the bat and not even threatening his off stump. That's one of the main things when you're batting. You have to know where your off stump is and when to leave the ball. So sometimes you hear a perfect leave, but it's because of good judgment of where your off stump is.
Exactly, Andy, and that's what is required for every batsman. Every batsman should know where his stumps are. I think that's the reason why you take your guard in the first place. You take your guard not necessarily for the umpires, but you take your guard for yourself, so you know exactly where you are, where your stumps are.
But before, most batters used to take their leg stump, but now you find people taking more center stump now to guard. They don't mind if bowler tries to bowl to their leg stump, because it's an easier shot. Nice lifting delivery to a tall batter. Adams is a tall man, and these bouncers, they are more effective. A short player can get under the ball quickly, but with that height, you have to sway. You have to have the technique to keep your eyes on the ball. You either sway, rock back, or you get inside the line of the ball. But it's all about keeping your eyes on the ball and knowing what you have to do.
Well, yes, Andy. If you're shorter, maybe they're quicker. But then, if you're taller, then you have to put more effort in the delivery to get the bouncer to be effective. And so everybody has a little competitive advantage. Some is for the bowlers, some are for the batsmen.
You're right, because what would go over a short batsman head might just be waist high to be pulled. So the over comes to an end. A good one once again from Joseph. At the end of 3 overs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in search of 170, they find themselves on 12 for the loss of 4. So Venner has won. Nathaniel Joseph gets a ball to lift their Venner to the tall batter, Jawin Adams. He's also the vice captain. Not too sure if he withdrew the bat, but that one lifted. So the St. Lucian bowlers getting some lift. No sun at the moment. Good conditions. You shouldn't be tiring, so you put effort outside the off stump in the corridor there, and the batter there, Adams, not forced to play, just allowing it to go through to Daniel behind the stumps. So there is Cody Fontenelle at first slip, the captain there. Theo Edward at second slip. Ball is out, caught. Beautifully taken there in the gully. A fantastic catch. Adams looks around, uncertain of his dismissal. And I tell you that St. Vincent and the Grenadines in further trouble. They have lost their 5th wicket with the score on 12. Adams going back to the pavilion, getting just 3 runs.
Yes, earlier on we spoke, well not earlier on, yesterday we were looking at the batters failing to get behind the deliveries or getting line with the ball. And so with the pace of these bowlers, if you're not entirely behind that ball, what should have been just a ball being pushed in front of you is a ball peeling off your bat, and we're seeing Adams looking to just be defensive but not totally behind the ball, and that ball just going across to the guy there in the gully region, and we take a nice low dipping catch.
Yes, so the catcher there, Jacques-Claude Emmanuel in the gully of Venner. Adams going for 3, 12 for the loss of 5, as we see the bowler who got injured, Casado Henry, left-handed batter. He has come out, so he's able to bat. That's good news for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, 12 for 5, Andy. 12 for 5. 4 wickets already, 4? No, 2. It's 3 and 2.
And I can tell you that Henry wasn't getting in line there. For the first time in the tournament, I have seen somebody backing away. And Casado Henry certainly not intending to get in line on that occasion. Let's see if he corrects on the next ball. Bangs it, finds the man they're fielding at extra cover, knocks the ball down, no run results.
Liam Wilson. Lovely guy in the field. Albeit he had this drop catch that was maybe, I don't want to say the easiest because that sky mighty high. It was very high.
Bowled him! He was backing away. I think the bowlers have struck fear in these Vincentian batters, and he did it a while ago. Then he played a good shot, and then here he was backing away once again. And the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in much more than a spot of bother, they lose their 6th wicket with the score on 12. Henry did not last too long. He just faced 3 balls, bowled by Venner for a duck.
Seems to be very similar to what happened on Saturday between those two.
Well, it's even worse today. All out for 45. Are they trying to break their own record? So the new batter is LeBron Douglas.
We've not seen so many rabbits, but this time we don't call this one a rabbit. This one is a crayfish. Just back and back.
That is the first time I was commenting on it, that even when we saw Liam Wilson batting, that they were getting in line, and you heard me complimenting them, the tail-enders or the lower order batters. But on this occasion, on 2 occasions, we saw Henry backing away to square leg.
Certainly, Andy, and you're quite right about that. And backing away to the point where he left all his stumps exposed.
Hit me if you can. That's what he was saying.
And I'm not sure if he was saying hit me if you can. He said you're not gonna be hitting me.
Me,
You're
the
not gonna be
stumps.
hitting
Hit
me.
the stumps.
Hit the stumps if you want, but not me.
So the over has come to an end. 4 overs, 12 for 6. Nathaniel Joseph goes to Zach, who has been here from the beginning. He's on 6. He has seen 6 wickets fallen, and he's still there. He's on 6. And LeBron Douglas has come out to join him. Nathaniel Joseph would want to add to his tally. Remember, he took 5 for 17 against the same Vincentians.
I'm not sure if you recognize, but I lost all my $3 bills, Andy.
Don't remind me now, please. I'll be demanding payment, seeing that you're requesting that I demand. Anyway, things are happening here. I think the Vincentian coach will be very unhappy after coming off a good win yesterday against Grenada, where they fought well yesterday, to have slumped again against Saint Lucia. I would think that they would worry of the fact that Saint Lucia dismissed them for 45, and they would come in a
looking
spirit
for revenge.
Yes, and a spirit of getting to 170. But alas, it doesn't look too good for them. Driven straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Fannis, the fielder, Royston Fannis.
Yeah, Andy, I'm looking and comparing the two teams. St. Vincent has about 3 to 4 quality fast bowlers in Dugan, Glasgow, Douglas, and Henry. And you'd want to think if you have these 4 fast bowlers, when the quickies of another team come against you, you'd think that they'll be able to stand up and bat it. But that is not the case really. St. Vincent seems to be doing very poorly against the fast bowling.
And one really wouldn't be able to explain. If you have a battery of fast bowlers in the nets, that is what you face. You should be able to face bowling, which to my mind, Dugan has more pace, but then it doesn't only rely on pace. You've got to...
the quality of the pieces. The quality.
Yes, the
Putting
quality.
it in the right places.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Struck on the pad, a loud appeal, but the finger and the hand stays behind the back. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be very pleased. The umpire walks away. Over number 5 completed. Maiden a maiden over from Joseph once again, and at the end of it, 12 for the loss of 6 wickets. St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, and there are some fast bowlers who wait for people to make mistakes, and there are those who create those mistakes, create those opportunities. And I think both Venner and Nathaniel Joseph have been demonstrating that, each of them taking 3 wickets so far.
Nice lifting delivery again. Some of these deliveries are what we saw. Got batters edging and getting out caught. So LeBron Douglas has to contend with Tyler Venner, bowling with some venom. Gets a loud appeal. Daniel, the wicketkeeper, jumping up. Jacques-Claude Emmanuel giving ably supporting him. But you can hear the chants by the St. Lucians. The cocker hoop. Venner with some venom has taken 3 so far and continues to bowl well. And again, just outside the off stump, he holds his head, maybe feeling that the ball passed perilously close to the off stump. The batter, Douglas, takes his guard once more and waits again. We haven't had an update from Benjamin Park.
Yes, so we're being told that Dominica is now St. Grenada is 22 for 1 after 10 overs. After 10
Chasing.
overs, 192? 193 to win. So Dominica doing well in terms of restricting the run flow from Grenada.
Well, they've got to ensure that they get a win because the writing is almost on the wall for St. Lucia having a victory here. So to remain competitive, they've got to win. St. Lucia wins. Each team wins for a lovely lifting delivery, pounded it into the turf, and Douglas just rocks back and allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper.
Yes, and the writing may not be in a marker, but it's certainly on the wall. It might be maybe not yet with a permanent marker, but we've moved past stroke already with the writing on the wall. It's fait accompli.
Gets the edge, ball flies past the captain, who goes down to the third man region. Royston Fannis picks up. Douglas will get a run, he'll get off the mark, and they will move from that dreaded 12 to 13. I always know it's 13 that is the unlucky number, but 12 wasn't doing too good for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Certainly not Andy. But do you mind expounding on your luck of 12 and your misfortunes of 13?
Well, to me, it's what? A
There's something of
theory.
suspicion?
There are some countries like Australia, 87, 13 short of 100 or 13. They is with suspicion. Is suspicious. And
Superstition.
Superstition. That is the word I was looking for. Not. That's exactly the word. Superstitious. Yeah. But Friday the 13th, sometimes good things happen on Friday the 13th.
Quite a few. Everybody who celebrates a birthday or who was born on Friday the 13th would be happy. And every time it comes again around on Friday the 13th, they too will still be happy.
Finish? What I see.
So you're quite right, Andy. Certainly sometimes good things happen on Good Friday. Or is it that we're looking forward to see bad things happen?
There's so many twists. Sometimes good things happen on the 13th. Sometimes bad things happen on Good Friday.
Well, I will tell you for one, I'm not one of those persons who is superstitious. And I leave it at that. I always believe that everything happens for the good. There's good in everything that happens. If you think it's bad, maybe it's just an opportunity for learning. And other times it's maybe just protecting you from something different that could have been worse.
Yes, I remember we had this course sport tournaments, and we always left on Holy Thursday, and then we played on Good Friday and so forth. And I remember always getting hurt on Good Friday. Back drive, bowling, put my foot out, ankle hurts. I cannot go to a dance on Saturday night. I'll never forget that.
So you were making bad decisions on Good Friday.
One more to the total, a wide, wayward delivery, which we haven't seen much from Nathaniel Joseph, the man with the hat trick. But on this occasion, spreading this one down the leg side. So that's the way you put it. You coined it. Bad decisions on Good Friday.
Somebody give you a back drive and with this hard 5.5 ounces of cooked and compressed leather, and you're gonna put your foot in front of it. And I'm sure your coach is gonna tell you, hey, get down, Andy, get down.
That is just a reflex action where you little time to think. It's split second, and you for the team. You take one for the team.
You take
man.
one for the team. Have you ever seen others on the team jump instead of putting so the reflex action is jumping? But you, I guess, you like playing football, so you felt it was best to kick the ball on a Good Friday.
Driven finds Liam Wilson there at mid-off, and there is no run. But it's kind of, I don't know if you have that habit. Something is falling. I think you have it, because I remember one of those days my phone fell and you put your, yes, caught it with your phone. But I like to do that. But you never end up putting your foot for a bottle of ketchup or something. A full bottle of ketchup, and end up on the wrong side of things.
So there were 2 sets of red.
Over comes to an end. Over number 8, 14 for the loss of 6. So we're just having a little fun, if you want to call it, confab, some experiences, things we have experienced. And I'm sure some of you can relate to what we are saying, because yesterday the phone fell. He puts out his foot, he traps it. something else fell, he put out his foot, he traps it. But then that same instinct, something heavier, and you will put out your foot the same way, and injury sustained.
Well, I will tell you what, if I recognize something heavier, then I now start to cushion the blow. So you catch it as opposed to kicking it out or letting it just fall if it's full force. That's the way you do things, Andy. You play football, you're gonna have some sense of control. An immaculate touch, that is.
So you haven't made the error I have made and trapping,
Well, I'm not gonna allow the listeners to laugh at me. You're enough of a joke.
Venner again goes to Thomas. Thomas, who has been there from the beginning of the innings. He has seen all of 6 of his batters go back to the pavilion. He's still there. He's still on 6. Still on 6. But importantly, he is still there.
If you want to joke on me and kicking, Andy, I will tell you what. Slipping, and I always like the corner of the bed. And slipping when I was at grammar school, 5th form. It was 4th form at the Dominica Grammar School, and I'm sleeping, and I'm dreaming, and I'm kicking. I gave a nice kick, and I woke up next morning, and my toes were hurting like crazy, and it was not an instep. It was a real toe poke on the wall. So I kicked the wall in the middle of the night.
Was that a cockma? They call it cockma?
No, cockma is something entirely different. You know, it's actually dreaming and your dream coming true.
Yes, well, what you said there, I have experienced kicking the wall, but it's in a cockma. You feel something holding you, and you say, let me go, let me go, let me go, and you send a kick, and you find out that is your toe hitting the wall. So I was wondering if it's a cockma. But driven by Thomas, he will come off that figure of 6. He will move to 7, and the St. Vincent and the Grenadines total will move to 15 for the loss of 6.
It's 15 for 6 after 8.5 overs, Andy. Scoring at the rate of just 1.70. So it's a very, very, very long ask, a steep climb for St. Vincent if they had to dig themselves out of that pit that they've set themselves in from the start of the season.
Nice working off the legs there by LeBron Douglas. Will get another run. The score will move to 16 for 6. LeBron will move on to 2. So LeBron Douglas moves on to 2. Zach Thomas was on 7. 16 for the loss of 6 at the end of over number 9. So are they going to make a bowling change?
Yes, Andy, we're going to see Wilson. We're going to see Liam Wilson operating from the northern end, and we saw Theo Edwards, the captain, signaling the need for the 12th man to bring in the helmet, looking like they're going to put somebody beneath the bat.
Yeah, when you're ready.
No, really, the wicket keeper is going to come up to the stumps. I thought for a moment we were going to get somebody to be in a short leg position and put the Vinci batters even under greater pressure. But no, it is the wicket keeper, Jonathan Daniel, just setting up nicely for any mishap. I remember Dennis Bell as a wicket keeper getting a broken jaw.
And the bowler, actually, they have changed their mind from Liam to Cody Fontenelle.
Oh, Cody Fontenelle.
Yes, they thought of bringing in Wilson. You can see Wilson there at mid-off, but it's actually Cody Fontenelle to operate from the northern end. Has a fast arm action. Seems to be a wrist spinner.
Yes.
But with a fast arm action. The batter there, Douglas, seeing the delivery shot, was getting into his wicket, but it spun somewhat. It was there for the hitting. There is a huge gap on the onside, and he must have felt that he could have dispatched that.
Well, yeah, but there's somebody in the deep right on the ropes in the deep mid-wicket region. So maybe you should say thank God. Thank God that he did not make proper contact with this one. And now seeing
A wide signal.
yes, wide
17 the score moves to. It's moving quite slowly. Floats this one in the air. The fielder will drop it. My goodness me. That was a running catch. He is disappointed. He did all the hard work, and when he got to the ball, finally he put it down.
yes, and then I think those things, I think a few catches were put down yesterday in the match, although they beat Dominica by how many runs? 80? Oh. 89 runs.
89.
They beat Dominica, and in spite of that, and some beating, they still had some errors in the outfield. And I remember Neon Davis being given a chance.
A late decision there by Zach Thomas to get the second run. It was there all the time, but he hesitated and it almost cost him a wicket.
He had a bit of miscommunication there, the hesitation, and I think if you're going to go for it, you go for it, you go at it. But this time,
yes, Dominica losing by 89 runs. Saint Lucia 162, Dominica 73. So losing by 89 runs. So 2 runs there to be added from 2 runs. So the score would have moved to 20, and 2 runs will be added to, is it Zach? 2 runs to Zach.
expressed disgust by the wicket keeper after the umpire made that decision to allow a final delivery to be bowled because there's a miscount there by the umpires.
So we have got to continue there with Fontenelle. Zach Thomas has moved to 9. Douglas on 3, 20 for the loss of 6 wickets. At one time it was 12 for 6. Gets into his wicket, pulls it and beats the mid wicket. He was going to his right. The ball deviated and beat him on his left side, and 4 runs there to the batter. It cost 24 for 6, and 4 runs will be added to Zach Thomas. He will move to 13, 24 for the loss of 6, and the over comes to an end at the end of 10. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 24 for 6.
Yes, Andy. And it's a nice opportunity, I'm sure. I am sure Zach Thomas would be happy for that extra delivery to be bowled. That final delivery, not the extra, but the final delivery to be bowled, because he capitalized on that only for 4. Number 23, beyond Fanis.
Fanis from the southern end drifts the delivery down the leg side, well taken there by Theo Edward. No,
Jonathan
it's
Daniel.
Jonathan Daniel. Jonathan Daniel, number 13. Wide signal. So one more to the total, 25 for the loss of 6. Tall man operating from the southern end. His Fanis gets the batter, covers up well. Douglas gets his 4th run. 26 for the loss of 6. Some sort of recovery there by these two. We haven't got any sunlight here, or limited, not bright burning sunshine. The fielders will enjoy the conditions presently. Short delivery signaled wide by the umpire. A lot of lift on the occasion. He has a bustling run up, but his radar, he has to get it right. He's tall and has a quick approach to the stumps, but he needs to get that ball on the stumps.
Yes, and they've been trying to assess his bowling action on the delivery stride. See, and Zach gets above this one nicely there, and that's probably what you wanted earlier on, to get above the ball. If you're forced to play it, be above it and control it, and Zach does that nicely, and no threat of being caught in this situation there, Andy. But I was paying attention to Beyond's delivery stride, and it looks a little bit different. So I'm trying to assess in maybe by using a little love for biomechanics as to what is doing differently that gives him the awkward look.
Lovely shot there by Thomas, clipping this one off the pads. That delivery directed on his legs, and he whipped it down to the deep backward square leg boundary. He moves on to 17. 31 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yes, and it seems like the recovery to go past their lowest total for the tournament so far, 45. It's looking like it is developing, and let's see for the purpose of the exercise that Zach and Douglas could really carry the bat for a little bit.
Lovely looking shot. Goes to cover point. They run 1. They will come for 2. They will settle for 2 as the wicketkeeper comes forward. Daniel takes the return. 2 more to Thomas. Zach Thomas looking quite good. He has grown in confidence, and that was a real lovely looking shot. Came across the bowler, Fanis, trying to get the ball to lift disconcertingly, but Thomas, not ruffled by any means, stood up and played it beautifully. Again, he opens the face of the bat, finds Wilson there at backward point, and there is no run. Over comes to an end. 11 overs completed, 33 for the loss of 6. Thomas is on 19. Douglas is on 4.
And when you do the right thing, good comes out of it. Zach is getting behind the deliveries. He is getting behind the deliveries. And when he gets behind the ball, he has a greater sense of control. And that resulted in the 2 lovely shots that we saw him playing, one of the number 4.
Sometimes you do not get runs. Many runs, I should add the word many, but then you can see the talent of a batter, and Zach Thomas, he looks quite good. You can see he's one you can work with. He has what it takes. He has the temperament, because wickets have been falling around him, but he handles himself well and he has kept his wicket intact. Here is Fontenelle, bows a delivery which Douglas just allows it to go through to wicketkeeper Daniel, standing up behind the stumps.
Douglas just playing a little bit circumspect in this on this occasion, not looking to do anything rash in the scheme of things. And this is allowing the ball, is seeing the ball, allowing it because the bowler there, the number 7, Fannis, the Cody Fontenelle, sorry, really is pitching it a little bit short as opposed to this one when he brings it up, forcing the batsman onto the front foot to play shots of that nature. But when it is short, he's allowing it. When it's short on the outside the outside, if you're bowling the leg break that we're seeing that Fontenelle is bowling right now, it gives you some time to take a look at it and to be able to punch it into the direction that you want it, as opposed to when you bring it up on the offside, which forces the batsman to play on the front foot.
A loose delivery, a full toss. Zach Thomas unable to pierce the offside field. Playing the ball straight to the fielders. They knock the ball down and prevented any run. Driven this time, he finds cover. And there is no run. Another over comes to an end. 34 for the loss of 6. 12 overs completed.
Yes, Andy. I'm just thinking of what we saw yesterday with Aravinda. Is it Aravinda Bishop yesterday being able to bowl the off break and the leg, the off break with the right hand off break and the left arm orthodox. And thinking about how we try to set up the batsman who is looking very comfortable batting against the leg break of Cody Fontenelle that is not spinning as much. He seems very comfortable even with the drives in spite of a nest of fielders in the cover, extra coverage and point, and he's still comfortable with the drive.
Fannis bows to Douglas. Douglas is getting one directed on his legs. Turns it down to fine leg. Wicketkeeper chases, gets to the ball. A run to Douglas. He moves him to 6. 35 for the loss of 6, and it would be interesting if UD can give us an update on the Windward Islands game.
So just give me a moment, Andy, and then we'll have this for our listeners, because I know this kind of cricket that we're watching now is a little bit of an exciting game, and more exciting game than what is going on in Antigua. So I will get the update for you in a moment, and then we'll share it with our listeners.
So if when you take a look at the score, you see Guyana 145 for 6 or 145 for 7 or 8, you may change your mind on which game is more exciting. But I'll give you the opportunity to give us an update, because Guyana, they were coasting along at a certain time in search of 232. But we'll be patient. They will get to us in a short while. Fannis, meanwhile, gets a delivery, short delivery. Thomas plays it down to fine leg. One run, Nathaniel Joseph fielding, 1 run to Thomas, moves him to 20, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines 36 for the loss of 6.
Well, I will tell you, Andy, Guyana team is now 174 for 3. Tevin Imlak, he did not score his 100. He falls short by some 18 runs. He scored 82, and he was LBW struck by Ryan John. And also, the two not out batsmen are Tejner and Chandapal. He's not out on 9, and Kimal Sivri, who scored I think 77 in the first innings, he's not out on 17.
So Chandapal may have come in not as an opener, for him to be there on 9 still in a score of 170 something indicates that he did not bat
No,
open.
He wasn't the opener. Chandapal, Kevlin Anderson and Matthew Nandu are the ones who opened the innings.
Lifting delivery and wide way over LeBron Douglas' head, and one will be added to the total. 37 it will be for the loss of 6. So thank you very much, UD, keeping listeners as well as myself and yourself updated on the fortunes or lack thereof of the Winward Islands team.
Well, I must say, if we have to be fair, Guyana over the past recent years have been a very dominant force in red ball cricket at the senior level in the West Indies. And last year they emerged champions again. And unfortunately, in the past 2 seasons, the Winward were on second. Yeah, but last season they came out last. So it's fair to say it's a good contest. I just wish the batters, especially those that represent in the West Indies, would have done a little bit more and to get us in a better position. But 174, and I think chasing 200 and about 32 thereabout. So just around 60 runs remaining and quite a few overs in the day. It should be an easy ask for Guyana.
So the over comes to an end. 37 for the loss of 6. A good rising delivery. And Douglas was fanning at, fishing at, as they say, and fortunate not to get a edge. But on the bright side, although the women did not win, they drew, they scored the first goal, and Antigua equalized. And Dominica, you would say Antigua earned the draw because Dominica scored first. But that's better news for the Dominican ladies.
Well, yes, I mean, they would have gone down heavily beaten by Jamaica, if I think by 18, and then went against Guyana, was it 8? I'm not sure the exact scores, but scoring, getting on the mark, and by the way, I must say, Trinity's goal to open the scoring was a lovely goal. I'm not sure if any of the male figures in the Dominican national team would be able to do that like that, because she looks to me as a right footer, but use the left leg so aptly and well calculated based on the position of the defender to score in with that left footer. So it was wonderful.
So we see the introduction this time of Wilson.
Yes, Wilson.
Liam Wilson, and he begins with a wide immediately. 38 for 6. Our next opponents, the ladies, they have to come up against Nicaragua. That's another tough team.
Yes, it's another tough team, but I think the girls, the ladies, with the addition of Sari Finn and her sister Alana Finn, I think the ladies are probably in a better position now to maybe stem that goals flow that they normally get. The floodgates is usually wide open when Dominica is playing. So possibly with the addition of these ladies and the women having earned a point, they will be able to play a little bit better and bring a better performance and maybe even push for the win, really.
So Thomas gets another run. He's quietly moving on. He's moved to 21, 39 for the loss of 6. We must commend the ladies because we haven't got too many lady footballers in Dominica, and sometimes we tend to want to bash them, but I think they're making a good effort, and with time and expanding the league and getting more ladies involved from right the primary school up, eventually we will see better results.
Yes, Andy, I mean, if you think about the dominance of the New India Goodwill Runners, they probably would have won 10 years straight in the National Football League. And so 10 years of playing football is probably a lengthy enough time for us to get us to do the things at the medium, at the short and medium, and now into the long term to really start to see the rewards of those efforts. And football, women's football is way past 10 years in Dominica. It's many, many, many years. And so you want to think by now you will do the right thing. But I must say, when you're trying to change a culture, one of the things that you have to do is to be patient. You need to be patient and allow the time to see the change. Allow yourself to see the change that is necessary. Eventually it's going to happen, and we're going to be patient because we're seeing more ladies now involved in the football, especially with what is being done at the club level, where more of the clubs are now taking on the role for nurturing female talent.
I'm glad you mentioned the Goodwill runners and the success they've had. But they had a situation this year when they were crowned the champions, and then an objection was raised, a query was submitted, and they had to take away their championship from them because they had played a player who had played in the Canadian League, and that was rather unfortunate for the Goodwill runners.
Well, I'm not sure if some of us will learn from our mistakes, and I'm not sure they had learned from that mistake, because the season previous, the season prior, in 2024, a similar thing happened with Romelsia Philip, when she would have played in the Matnik League and not getting the release from the Matnik club, and because of that, the Goodwill runners lost by 1 point. And this time the same thing happened, and you'd want to think even in the very last match of the season, when all things should have been put in place, the writing on the wall with a black marker, a black permanent marker, you'd have to go get pen to erase it. So I'm not sure they learned from the experience. I'm hoping this time around, though, that they would have learned from it.
So who benefited? Was it the Bombers or the Strikettes?
Yes, the Bombers.
The Bombers. The Roosevelts carried Bombers.
So the Strikettes was
Second.
promoted to second, and the third place,
The motion
the
to
third place
Goodwill runners.
Bombers was promoted to first place with an exchange, really, because now the first placed New India runners was then relegated to third place.
Well, I don't think they will allow that to happen to them again, I hope. And a short rising ball there to Douglas. Douglas not handling that one well whatsoever, playing it uppishly. Unfortunately for him, there wasn't any man close to the bat. The closest man was at the mid-on, Jacques-Claude Emmanuel. He really couldn't get there, but a shot not played well whatsoever there by Douglas.
Well, that's what happens when you have a very well directed the bumper. The bumper was coming into him, and so he was forced to play it, because he was unable to really rock back and to allow it to pass. But a lovely shot there, driving there by Zach Thomas, and it will just be pushed to the third man region, and it will be fielded, and 3 runs cut off from the 7 free runs with the fielder really just staying there. That's Fanis waiting for it and cuts it off. So the scores are now, Andy?
42 for the loss of 6.
42 for the loss of 6.
So 20 runs have been added by these two. They've looked quite good, apart from the last delivery that was bowled to Douglas. Let's see how he copes with Fanis. Again, he comes across as if anticipating another short delivery, but finally gets in and plays it on the offside. The 15th over has come to an end. At the end of it, 42 for the loss of 6. We're going to have a drinks break. Zach Thomas, who opened the innings and has seen 6 of his batters gone, is there on 23. Douglas is still there on 7. The batters out so far: Alston Bob, no score. Zed Edwards, no score. Kevin Joseph, no score. Jordan Charles, no score. And Adams, 3. And the last man was Casado Henry, also no score. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ducks out of the 6 batters out so far.
But Andy, what usually when you have a collection of, you have a name for it. What do you call a collection of ducks?
You're sending me back to my student's companion, man. I think I still have one. I'll go back to it. I'll go back to it. I know a school of fish that I can tell you.
So
A herd of cattle.
Are you a fish? I'm gonna go back to school. But I would take my chances and say a flock. Because you have a flock of birds.
A flock of sheep.
No, I said
And
the
they have
ducks.
sheep too.
A flock of sheep. A flock of.
A herd of sheep. Sorry.
Yeah. So we have a flock of birds, and I would want to think that a duck is a bird,
Okay.
albeit it doesn't fly.
Okay, we will get to.
well,
We'll do
always
some
try.
research. That's why.
Duck. Like Kana.
We will get some because everything now is you can Google. You have so many ways of looking out for it. But I'm old school. A flock of ducks. So UD has gained 1 point for today.
It's not only that, it can also be referred to as paddling.
Paddling
Paddling
of
or
ducks.
bunch.
Okay, of ducks.
When in flight.
When in flight. Okay. So here you have it all. A paddling, a flock. A flock.
Paddling. Or bunch.
The paddle one is paddling.
Paddling.
That was the one I was first in my head. That was the one I was first in my head.
I'm not too sure if Yudi just got off from his duck by scoring that just 1 point. So 1 point for you. You've just. But a good one there. Good research. It's still informative, educational. That's all what we. Yes. And I thought we were Googling, but we have gone further into AI, which is artificial intelligence. So some smart guys here, but they're still using something artificial.
Well, when you were at school, you also used something artificial. It is just now antiquated because your student company used was intelligence sparked in there, and the same is true for what it is now. It's just that you get it a lot quicker than paging the books, Andy.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But right now, the library really is in your hand.
So we'll continue after the water break with Wilson. Wilson will bowl to Zach Thomas. He has been resolute. Don't think he has played a bad shot so far. He has occupied the crease and occupied it quite well, creditably. And if he goes on, he will move from a credit to distinction. But for now, gets the full toss and hoists it, and the ball goes over mid-wicket. 6 runs, I make it. Haven't seen the signal from, and now he turns around. The long arms. He is a police, the long arm of the law, but on this occasion, it's the long arm of the umpire.
He is the law, man. He is the law right now. He is the law, Andy. Yeah.
So any way you put it, it's the long arm. Little appeal. It's going down to fine leg. They run one, they come back for a second. The 50 will be posted. 50 up, and 2 more runs to Zach. 2 more runs to Zach, 41. And 50 up, posted now. Wilson draws Thomas. Thomas is looking quite impressive so far. He has bided his time, and it seems to be paying dividends. Gets a Yorker length delivery, digs it out. He has settled in. He was never ruffled by any means. Wickets falling all around him, but he kept his composure and he's doing quite well.
Yes.
That was the googly there on this occasion from Wilson, and the batter there, Thomas, was playing on the back foot. He'll be want to be a little more cautious against Wilson. Floats the ball, goes to the right of cover. Fields one more run to Thomas, moves to 32, 51. They took this score from 12 for 6. Now it's 51 for the same 6. So some 39 runs have been added. A good solid partnership. It was disastrous going for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now after 16 overs, 51 for 6. Zach Thomas is on 32. LeBron Douglas is on 7.
But nicely, one of the things that you want to notice is that LeBron has faced 32 deliveries. That's really 5.2 overs. And what we saw previously with all the ducks that were being collected there by the upper order of the St. Vincent team, they were not spending any time at the wicket at all, really. As a matter of fact, there was a hat-trick, Andy.
Yes, Nathaniel Joseph.
So it's nice to see Douglas batting at number 8, being able to come in there and spend some time at the crease and allow Zach Thomas to do some scoring.
Even if a score of 7 by Douglas, he has bragging rights over his top order.
Certainly, Andy, certainly. Facing.
But he would want to go on outside the off stump.
Just to give a little update as to what is happening at the Benjamin Park.
Poyot has been introduced. New Poyot took 4 wickets for 11 runs against Dominica yesterday. A right arm off spinner. So let's look at him, because I don't think we saw him bowl here in the first match. Poyot still looks like he's bowling with the wrist, but I was told by one of his players that he's an off spinner. Let me watch him once again.
Yes, Andy, I wanna corroborate that as well. He's looking like he's an off break bowler.
Yes, that one was definitely the off spinner. One more to Thomas. He moves on to 33. 52 it is for the loss of 6. And Douglas will face up to Poyot.
58 for 3, we're told. Grenada is 58 for 3 in 19.3 overs. Out there at Benjamin's Park, and they're chasing 193.
So yesterday Poyot destroyed the Dominica batting 4 for 11. That's remarkable figures by Neil Poyot. Here he is. And loud appeal. Up goes the finger. Out. Caught behind. Douglas goes. His long vigil at the crease has come to an end. St. Vincent and the Grenadines lose their 7th wicket. 7th wicket has fallen with the score on 52. Douglas going caught at the wicket of the bowling of Poyot. Poyot in his first over making the breakthrough.
Yes, Andy, and it will bring to the crease now Mr. Olani Slack. In number 25, looking very stocky. He was bowling a nice little off break there, and which resulted in a wicket or 2 when they were in the outfield. But now he's going to have to come to carry his bat a little distance, like did LeBron Douglas.
So 52 for 7. A good little partnership of 40 runs between Douglas and Zach Thomas. Zach Thomas has been the mainstay of the Vincentian innings so far. The over completed there by Poyot, 52 for 7. Liam Wilson continues from the northern end. Bowling to Thomas. Thomas reads that one quite well. Not coming back with the arm and just going straight through to wicketkeeper Daniel. On the back foot, he just chops it down to backward point. A slight fumble. The run taken, 34 is Thomas. 53 for the loss of 7. We're in the 18th over, bowled by Liam Wilson. Bowling now to Slack, and he's out, caught. Soft dismissal, UD. Just chipping the ball, and he slams the bat on the pitch. But an easy out, soft, you say. Just clipping the ball, Liam Wilson, giving the fielder there an easy catch. 53 for 8. Ulani Slack, not playing a tight shot whatsoever. A slack shot, and to live up to his name, caught at mid-wicket, bowled by Liam Wilson.
So, how many runs did he score, Andy? Did he join the paddling?
Yes. Yes. There's no doubt.
So, he another bird for the paddling.
I think I
Another
suspect
duck for the
you
flock.
like the. Oh, I thought at first you would stick with flock,
Yeah.
but then you seem to have taken a liking to the paddling
Oh, in flight.
in flight.
W-A-D-D-L-E. Okay? When they are on land. Okay?
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Daryl Teach, a very well informed gentleman, teaching me. You know, there's so much to learn from your juniors, because Daryl Teach was my junior at the Dominica Grammar School.
Very much so.
So Aaron Glasgow has come out to join Zach Thomas, there from the start. 34 out of 53 runs. He has looked quite good. He hasn't played a shot in the dark. What can Glasgow produce? Gets the ball. He plays it back to Wilson. 53 for the loss of 8 wickets. So the over comes to an end. Over number 18 completed. 53 for the loss of 8 wickets. So Saint Lucia only need 2 more wickets. There's a drizzle. And I don't think they will even be looking at the DLS method to see where are they at present
Well,
time.
you need to bowl the 20 overs, and I think the 20 overs. 20 overs is not yet bowled. We're still in the 18th over, and but it's a little bit windy. We saw the clouds, the cloud cover there, and it was not windy. But now we're seeing the wind blowing, and as it is blowing, we can see the clouds from the sea. It's already starting to lighten up. It's because the cloud is being blown over. So I think Saint Lucia could stay level-headed and not be thinking of an abandoned match because of the absence of having bowled the minimum 20 overs.
Struck on the pad, loud appeal, but from my point here, pitched outside the leg stump. But I was told by Brian Bellot that when you see there that area there with dark grey clouds, it's really ominous, and behind there, which we can't quite see, but we will wait. A loud appeal. The players are jubilant. No positive response from umpire Delroy Liverpool.
Yes, and we've been saying the same thing over. If the cloud is just over the mountain there, and it's not windy, then you have a tendency for you to get a shower. If the clouds are just in this corner down there by the 3 poles, you want to think that you're going to get a rain, but if it's windy, it blows away. And we got the little drizzle because the heavy cloud is there. It's still up on, but what you're now starting to see is the cloud is being blown away, and you'll get a sprinkle or two as it goes. But you will be in tet one, and when that wind is coming up, blowing up the clouds, you will hear the showers rushing up, coming up the mountain.
So 19 overs completed. UD says 20 constitutes a match, 53 for 8, 1 more over to go. The rain is just drizzling. It's not a heavy downpour. And Wilson is a spinner, so we expect him to get through his over quite quickly, unless the ball is hit for out of the ground and they cannot find it. For now, they play, they get so 1 run there to Glasgow. Glasgow gets off the mark, 54 now for the loss of 8. Hits that one, Zach, hard and high over the mid-wicket boundary, and a no ball. So 7 runs will be added. The score will raise to 61 for the loss of 8, and Zach Thomas will add 6 more. He will get into the 40s. An impressive knock by the diminutive Zach Thomas.
Yes, another batsman.
Again he goes,
for 6.
huge hit once again.
Get into the 40s.
46s now. He has put his foot on the accelerator and he has decided, let's go with it. You pitch it short, I'm going to dispatch you. 67 for the loss of 8.
68 for 8.
And again, he brings up his 50 with another huge hit. 6 more runs. Zach Thomas, 52. What a knock by Zach Thomas, this youngster.
Yes, and there's another free hit, and that's our 3rd 50 for the tournament. We had 58 by Aiden Burton.
It's this one over the bowler's head. The man from mid-off will run across. Zach Thomas will get another run. He will move to 53. 75 now for the loss of 8. And we are in the 20th over. Outside the off stump. And a wide signal again by the umpire, Lenny Dangaben. 1 more to the total. 76 it is.
An expensive over there, and with extras and runs off the bat.
He sweeps at Glasgow. The ball is going down to fine leg. They cross for 2 and 2 leg byes signaled there by the umpire. 78 for 8. So every now and again I have to rely on my scorer Bianca. She has been there with us all for the week so far, from Saturday to now. The 20th over comes to an end, and at the end of 20, St. Vincent and the Grenadines in search of 170 for victory, 78 for the loss of 8.
Yes, and an expensive over there from Wilson, and allowed for the explosion of the scores of St. Vincent into the 70s, almost 80 now. But Andy, with that 50 there by Zach Thomas, is now the 3rd 50 of the tournament. Previously, Aiden Burton of Dominica, he scored 58. In yesterday's match, Jonathan Daniel scored 52, and now we're seeing Thomas
In the
in the
air,
50s.
player is
And
getting
just-
wrong. Wilson takes the catch, and the batter Zach Thomas will go back after getting to his half century. The ninth wicket has fallen, 78 for 9 now. Zach Thomas, who opened the innings and had a splendid knock, got to his 50, gone caught there at mid wicket of the bowling of the bowler bowling from the southern end, who is Poyot, caught of the bowling of Poyot for a well played, well complied knock of 53, and he gains the appreciative applause from his teammates, and I think deservedly so.
Yes, and he spent some time out there holding his and getting behind the deliveries, and I'm sure you, even in spite of the cheers that he's welcome with as he gets back into the dugout, should be welcome, and I'm sure he'll be disappointed in himself not to carry on. A loose shot there, overly ambitious there, and he, after scoring 3 sixes in the previous over, he is now going to go back to join the rest of his teammates, those who would have fallen before him in the dugout.
So the fast bowler Dugan, the Andre Dugan, has come out to replace Zach Thomas. One can overemphasize the splendid knock, fine batting we saw from Zach Thomas, and well appreciated by his coaches. Ball going right through there. Dugan not knowing much about that delivery. Opens the face of the bat, guides the ball down to a third man. They're on 1, and they'll settle for 1. So Dugan will get off the mark. Glasgow is also on 1. 80 it is now. 80. 79. But so it's 79 now. The wicket falling with the score on 78 when Zach Thomas was dismissed. So it was 78 for 9. Now it's 79 for 9. An appeal there, the ball, you can see Glasgow going for a heave. The over comes to an end at the end of over number 21, 79 for the loss of 9.
Yes, and they were looking to get that delivery as quickly as possible, and with this, I'm seeing that Theo Edwards is introducing himself into the attack, and we've seen before whenever they introduce a new bowler, sometimes we get a breakthrough, and I'm sure Theo would not want to be out there for very much longer, and so with his experience, I think he's going to bring himself into the attack.
Captain spinning his hand over, says that the writing is is well etched. It's more than a marker, it's well etched. I don't think it's like a carving on wood. So
It's more like a carving in stone.
in stone. Here is Edward driven. Good grab there by Edward. As the ball hits back towards him. Swings at, and a wide will be signaled. 1 more to the total. 80 for the loss of 9. We're in over number 22. Still a strong breeze with a light drizzle. Nothing to get the players off the field. And Dugan comes forward in the approved manner. This time he comes across a no ball on this occasion. So one more, 81 for 9. 81 for 9, a free hit coming up. So Dugan can free his arms up. Let's see what he does. He goes for the and the ball beats the outside edge into the gloves of Jonathan Daniel.
Just a little bit quick behind the wicket. Seemed to be another one of the impressive wicket keepers. Andy, he's not doing too badly at all. What I like about his glove work is not many balls get into his glove and go back down. We saw Joanne Adams get into the ball, and occasionally it'll be on the ground, but that's not so much the case. So I think for the best wicketkeeper of the tournament, not considering dismissals, these two probably would be the standouts.
Dot's delivery goes in the scorebook. Over number 22 completed. 81 for 9. Both batters on a single. And it's just about a minute or so to 3 o'clock. 2 minutes, I make it.
Are you going to get tea time, Andy? Or are you looking for a tea at 3?
Well, maybe a coffee at home.
So if it's gonna be a coffee at home, then that means you're gonna be praying for the end of the game.
No, whenever it comes. Whenever it comes. There's no rush. The company Rush and Tompkins no longer in Dominica. We're talking about a rush and a rush hour. But talking about rush hour, I was driving up. Hits this one, back of the square into the boundary. 4 runs there. Lovely shot there by Glasgow. Getting into his wicket and hitting this one down to the deep backward square leg boundary. He moves to 5. 85 it is for the loss of 9. A good shot there by Glasgow.
Yes, Andy, this delivery just pitched a little bit short and drifting down the leg side, giving the batsman the opportunity to get beneath it, and so did Aaron Glasgow get beneath it and made do the best that he could with that delivery. Wonderful shot there, Andy.
Indeed. As I was going to tell you, coming up to Granby, and then there was everything was going down to Roseau. And traffic was back up right up to by the Anchorage Bridge. And that was, I don't travel that road in the mornings. And I say, boy, if you've got to traverse that road every morning, it must be painstaking.
Then you should ask Daryl at what time should he leave his home if he is to not get into traffic at the junction of Wallhouse and Loubier.
Well, we'll maybe get to that sooner than later.
Tell you, if you're later than 7:15, when you get into the intersection, you're stuck. All traffic will be all the way back into Loubier already. So
another boundary struck by Glasgow. He moves to 9. 89 for the loss of 9. And what I'm hearing in the background there from Daryl, you maybe have to leave more like around 7:15.
Well, before 7:15. But once you
in the air, big bold hit. It's gone over. Long of 6 more runs. Glasgow is not going to push and prod. He moves to 15, and the St. Vincent and the Grenadines total moves on by 6 to 95 for the loss of 9 wickets at the end of the over.
If my memory serves me right, wasn't Glasgow the individual who came at the back end of the innings on Saturday to score a flurry of runs to take St. Vincent's total to 45? Wasn't it Glasgow? I think it was. But a lovely inside-out shot there, Andy. Going over long off for 6, and then seeing the bringing back Nathaniel Joseph rather. He who had the hat trick early up was it his first over? The first over, yeah. So he's bringing back. He's been brought back into the attack for his second spell of the day, looking to get that final wicket that's standing with the scores on. 95 for 9 after 23 overs, Andy. Valiant effort there by the number 11. Canil Nelson. No, saving the run there, committing himself to getting that, effecting that catch, but it was not meant to be, but albeit a very valiant effort there, Andy, at mid-on. Another 2 runs for St. Vincent. I will take them on to 97 inches closer to the 100, that milestone of 100. And after scoring 45 in the first match, during the first round of matches against Saint Lucia, St. Vincent doing much better, albeit that the writing on the wall is on the wall, Andy, at 95 for 9, needing 100 and what? Need another 83 deliveries. 83 runs, sorry. And digs that one nicely out. Yorker delivery on the leg side, and the number 15, DeAndre Dugan, digs this one out nicely, and will survive another delivery. Will his survival be able to carry St. Vincent over that 100 runs marker? Wide signal there, Andy. I'm almost sure that you're going for the research.
I just can't see Glasgow name on my list in that 45. Dugan I have, and it was Jawin Adams getting 16. There wasn't much to report, and I was looking for the not out batter, but still can't get it, so I'll just rest my case.
Well, maybe it's not, because 16 and 7, 16 and 12 is already
28, 30.
Yeah, it's already 30, so it's not.
There was nothing to write home about Glasgow.
Exactly.
Unless if you have a player living in Glasgow, in Fockley.
No, it's Joey Adams. I remember.
Yeah, Joey Adams.
Yes. Coming at the back and score about 16 runs, and I saw on your score sheet.
Yes.
The 16 runs for Joey Adams. So
yes, at the end.
You are right. You are right. But will this time they'll run Glasgow be able to hold on there with DeAndre Dugan?
Oh. And that's 115. Another wide. So all the 9s, 99 for 9.
Yeah. But
what do you make of that?
But not in the 9th over.
Do you play daily 3?
No, I don't.
999?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Okay. So there we have the bets, all bets down from 99 for 9. A player, an official, a guy around the area has predicted 107.
Well, it makes good for cricket. It makes good for the excitement of cricket. I remember scoring West Indies versus India, and then there was the slips that were being passed around for the prediction of the scores, and to see who gets closest to it. And so maybe it's another good thing. Darrell is an international man, so he might have advised the individual to do just that.
Is there some match fixing going on? I know about Marlon Samuels, but I never heard about Dario Tate.
No, 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 no match fixing, no match fixing. I think I'm proposing a price. I'm proposing a price that the person that get closest to the predictive score.
But I
So,
haven't heard your prediction, Yudi.
well,
Come
my
up with
pre-
a
my
prediction.
My prediction is 107.
No. Andy, correct?
Well, I mean, I cannot understand that. Well, that's why I stayed away.
So that's my prediction. My prediction of 107.
Yeah. Somebody from the I stayed away from it. Here is, looks like Fanis. Is it Fanis? Fanis has been reintroduced, trying to wrap up things, coming from the southern end. Tall, slim, fast bowler, has that run up. We've got to go back a bit because the rain has strengthened, I should say, and we will pull back. Bianca had the foresight to push herself back earlier. We were wondering why did you go back, but now it's quite evident that why she went back and doesn't have the problem and the difficulty in getting her iPhone and her iPad wet. So she's safe and sound, and we have to battle it out here. UD and myself having to battle it out. Still 99
For 9.
for 9. Swings and gets hold of it. Glasgow gets another run. He moves to 16, and the 100 is posted for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 100 for the loss of 9. Glasgow on 16. Dugan on 3.
So one of the milestones only, they would have loved to get the first one being 45. And I think the ultimate milestone that they would hope for is 100 and
170.
170.
So
I
that
think
prediction has the same digits,
Yeah.
but I think the
Just
person
tossed
got it wrong.
Just tossed her wrong.
So from 170, he has put the target, I think, to 107. But I still think the person will lose 7 more runs for him to win some cash. But can he win cash? Cash in a flash.
Lovely delivery there, Andy. And
Yes,
you'd have
beautiful.
hoped that with Dugan on strike, that you're going to get a little bit of competence. But a lovely delivery there by
Fanis.
beyond Fanis. And I think yesterday he was very threatening against the Dominican bowlers when he bowled. I think that's when I was caught commentating on the other game.
I am a bit perplexed by your mention of doing a game at Granby and commentating a game at Benjamin Park. I said, but this man is multifaceted. And I know he's multi-talented, but he and yes, yes. When I heard the man saying that Christmas hit a ball and it's falling short, I said, "But where am I? Am I?"
For a moment, you were with me at the Benjamin's Park. but it's nice, Andy, when you could make laughter out of mistakes, learning from your mistakes, and at the same time acknowledging your mistakes. It's a good thing that you can take accountability for those actions, Andy. And I also want to apologize to the listeners who just wanted to be focused on what was going on here.
Chalk on the pad, and
noises
once you
there,
see
Andy.
the hands remain behind the back and they're clasped, you realize things are okay, nothing is happening. But if you see it,
Spreading the
detach.
part of the hand.
Yes, and
Detachment.
detach. You know something
Something's
is coming
up.
up.
Something is up, and the fingers will be one of those things.
The slow death. Here is Joseph, and he's bowled him. That is the end of the innings. And what a way to end it. Nathaniel Joseph hits the stumps, and the innings of St. Vincent and the Grenadines has come to an end as Nathaniel Joseph gets the wicket there. 100 for, well, all out. It's Dugan. Dugan bowled? Or Glasgow. So Glasgow going bold, comprehensively bold there by Nathaniel Joseph, and he scored 16 runs, leaving Dugan, DeAndre Dugan, not out on 3. So Dugan not out on 3, 100 all out. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Remember that St. Lucia made 179, so 79 runs they've lost by. So another comprehensive win there by St. Lucia, and the teams, they meet. That's the spirit of the game. They meet, and that's what it is here. Game finishing just about, get the exact time, just about a little after 3. UD John will go out, and
No, it's 3:13.
I
Your time.
so 3:14. It just changed to 14. So, and someone just lost. One claims victory, saying they betted 100, 107. Someone else added, but in the end, 100 all out. Glasgow, the last man out, bowled by Nathaniel Joseph for 16. And let's see, Nathaniel Joseph had the hat trick, so 1, 2, 3. He ends up with 4 wickets. In a short while, I'll give you the bowling. I'll give you the bowling because I have it early, so I'll give you it and then go through the scorecard and maybe repeat the bowling. So Venner bowled
with the captain of
5 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, 3 wickets. Nathaniel Joseph bowled 5 overs and 2 balls, 1 maiden, 10 runs, 4 wickets. Cody Fontenelle bowled 2 overs for 9 runs, did not take a wicket. Then you had Bjorn Fannis bowled 4 overs, no maiden, 16 runs, no wicket. Then we had Liam Wilson bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 1 wicket. Neil Poyot bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 2 wickets. And Theo Edward, the captain, bowled at 1 over, which cost 2 runs. So that's the bowling figures for the St. Lucian team. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines dismissed for 100 exactly. So 25.2 overs it took to get the players out. We see UD John is already there with Captain Theo Edward. Let's go across to UD John.
Okay, we are with the winning captain, Theo Edwards. Theo, you have positioned yourself with a 3rd victory, 3 out of 4 so far, and still probably leading the tournament with a better run rate. What do you make of your team's performance this today?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the Lord. Well, the last game we lost, the guys took guys were hurt after the game. So, you know, from since then we just got a little hungrier, and it just shows today that we could really win this tournament. And guys just performing in little areas to help out the team.
In the previous match, you would have against St Vincent, which actually was your tournament opener. You'd have scored 208. This time, they restricted you to 179. When you saw the way they bounced back, was there anything, particularly with them coming out of a win yesterday, was there any fear from you or your team with regards to your performance today?
Well, not at all. I think that the way we've been bowling from since the start of the tournament, I knew that today we would either get them below 100 or probably, as you saw today, just sell over 100. And yeah, the bowlers are in form, so you know we always back ourselves to defend any total.
No, personally, Theo Edwards is known for scoring runs in the region at that level with a number of centuries under his belt. Yet to be on 100. When you reached 43 today, what were you thinking going forward?
Well, I was just thinking, you know, just sticking to my processes, and you know the runs will come. I'm not really concerned. It's just that some little things I have to, you know, just tighten up on, but I'm all right, man.
All right, still 2 more games, and I'm sure you're going to provide the Saint Lucian counterparts as well as Miss Natasha Dubois down at SLSA. She sent her regards to you, and I'm wishing you some best of luck as you continue the tournament.
All right, thank you.
That is captain. Jordan, yesterday you were very outstanding in the field. Today you brought something different with your leg spins. What do you make of your performance today, having restricted Saint Lucia to 179 and scoring just 100?
Well, I think that guys in the field and bowlers didn't do bad at all, but batting still need to come to the party. Again, congratulations to Zach scoring a 50, but just the other batters need to click.
2 more games, Jordan. 2 more games in the tournament. What do you predict as per the performance, or what guarantee you want to give to your St Vincent fans down there in your country, knowing that you're representing them here in Dominica?
Well, it's just that you guys need to go out and play their own game, right? Hopefully we win our next 2 games. Try to predict the future, but hopefully we win our next 2 games and come out second in tournament.
All right, then. Good luck as you go forward in the competition, Jordan. We take Zach Thomas first. Okay, no problem. Well, we have two big performers in the game today. I will start with you, Zach. Zach, you've been representing St. Vincent for about 8 years now.
Yeah, I started at 9 years old and I'm now 16.
So he started at right. He started at 9 years old. Today you look really tremendously well. While the wickets were falling on the other side, you were standing there and you went on to carry a bat to register the 3rd 50 of the tournament so far. What do you make of your performance with the bat today, sir?
I think it was really good, but I gave up my hand yesterday.
All right, but still 2 more games. Any guarantees for your St. Vincent fans?
We just stick with the batting. We just bat better. You know, the bowling is very good, so but with batting.
All right, and good luck, Zach, again. And now to Mr. Joseph. What was the first name? Nathaniel Joseph. Nathaniel, you're among the leading wicket takers in the tournament so far. What do you make of your performance, overall performance, particularly the hat trick that you take, the first hat trick for the tournament?
Well, you know, it's a great feeling taking a hat trick, my first hat trick ever in my career so far. But pre-tournament, I've been working really hard, and I'm very happy to see the results coming through.
You came back after the pause in your first spell, and towards the end you were able to get that final wicket that your team was looking forward to. What guarantees are you going to give your team going forward? Because I must say, based on what I've seen, fast bowling is alive and well in the camp of Saint Lucia.
Yes, we in our camp we have very good fast bowlers. It's a discipline. We put a lot of energy, practice, and pre-tournament we had a great camp, and coming into it, and great to see the results.
All right, and good luck again as you continue with the remaining 2 games in the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, UD John, for the interviews with the captains. Just to run through what has happened here. St. Lucia winning the toss, batting, dismissed for 179 of 36.3 overs, with Theo Edward, the captain, getting 43, Jermaine Thomas getting 28, and Royston Fan is getting 21. The bowlers, the main bowlers, we had Kevin Joseph getting 4 for 37 and LeBron Douglas getting 4 for 24. They were the leading wicket takers. Jordan Charles both took 1 wicket and DeAndre Dugan 1, and Olani Slack also got 1 wicket. Set 180 to win. The Vincentians lost wickets early and had a disastrous start. They lost their first wicket with the score on free. Alston Bob was caught by Jermaine Thomas of Tyler Venner for no score. 2 for 5. OZ Edwards caught Jeremiah Thomas once again. Bowled Nathaniel Joseph, no score. 3 for 5. Kevin Joseph caught at the wicket. Bowled Nathaniel Joseph, no score. Jordan Charles, the captain, caught at slip by Theo Edward, bowled by Nathaniel Joseph, no score. Score was then 4 for 5. Adams quickly followed, caught by Jacques-Claude Emmanuel of the bowling of Tyler Venner for 3. It was 5 for 12. 6 for 12 when Casado Henry was bowled by Venner for no score. Became 7 for 52, a 40-run partnership between LeBron Douglas and Zach Thomas. Before LeBron Douglas was caught at the wicket by wicketkeeper Daniel, bowled by Poyot, who was introduced for 7. 8 for 53, where Olani Slack was caught at the wicket, bowled Liam Wilson for no score. 9 for 78. Zach Thomas, who opened the innings and who played a splendid knock. What a delight to watch Zach Thomas, caught by Wilson of the bowling of Poyot for well played 53. That was really the highlight of the Vincentian innings. And the last batter to go, Elron Glasgow, bowled by Nathaniel Joseph for 16. 100 all out. Just about 14 minutes after 3 o'clock, losing by 79 runs. The bowling for St. Lucia, Tyler Venner, bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 10. Nathaniel Joseph, following up on his 5 for 17, which he took against the same opponents, followed up with 5 overs and 2 balls, 1 maiden, 4 for 10. Cody Fontenelle bowled 2 overs for 9 runs, did not take a wicket. Then we had Bog Fanny's bowled 4 overs for 11 runs, no wicket. Liam Wilson bowled 4 overs, 1 for 35. Neil Poyot bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 16. Theo Edward, the captain, bowled 1 over for 2 runs. And the Vincentian dismissed for 100 of 25 overs and 2 balls. So here you have it, St. Vincent and the Grenadines going down there to the St. Lucians. Tomorrow is a rest day, and then we will have on Friday. Friday will be a big game, maybe a decider, when St. Lucia will play Dominica right here at Geneva, and Grenada will play St. Vincent and the Grenadines over at Benjamin Park. And then on Saturday, when the curtains come down on the Windward Islands under 19 tournament, it will be Dominica versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines at Benjamin Park. And right here at Geneva, St. Lucia will take on Grenada. So tomorrow is a rest day. Friday, a big one, which could well decide the Windward Islands under 19 tournament. So on behalf of all of us here, UD John, who was there with the commentary, the scorers, Bianca and Brian assisted. We had Sadius, the camera man, the man who behind all making things happen that you could see it on your screen was there. And all in all, a wonderful day. And as we leave here, the rain has come, but we had enough time to complete the game. So on behalf of all of us, we'll have a rest day tomorrow. Rejoin us on Friday, where we'll have a big one. Saint Lucia playing Dominica, one which could well decide the championship. So join us on behalf of all of us and the